Chapter 25-29, Battle in Nine Deaths Formation. Ling Han had not even spoken when the Empress stood up, her pretty face frozen over with ice. The one who should scram is you. In terms of dominance, the Empress has never lost to anyone. Xiao Yingxiong looked towards the Empress, and immediately revealed an intimate smile. Don't mess around. The Empress was about to flip out, but Ling Han stood up and raised an arm to stop her, pulling the Empress behind him. He chuckled. There is nothing much to say. Do you dare battle me in the Nine Deaths Formation? A battle in the Nine Deaths Formation. Everyone was stunned. Ling Han was truly bold if he dared to challenge even Xiao Yingxiong. However, this brat was no fool. The Nine Deaths Formation had a unique trait: when high-level celestial kings entered into a low-level formation, their cultivation level would be reduced to the corresponding level. For example, when everyone entered into the third level of the Nine Deaths Formation, everyone's cultivation level would be suppressed to the third heaven. Humph, why should I accept? Xiao Yingxiong asked coldly. Without enough strength, don't do something that would provoke me. Ling Han smiled calmly. In a battle of equals, I have never encountered someone that can match me. If you do not dare to take the challenge to battle me, just say so directly. This was a provocation. Everyone gasped. Ling Han was really daring to actually dare act so arrogantly. However, though battle was not forbidden in the martial academy, there were restrictions on cultivation level. The gap between the two sides could not be more than 2 levels, or an elite would appear and immediately call a halt to the battle. Thus, unless Ling Han foolishly agreed to battle with Xiao Yingxiong, it was absolutely impossible that Xiao Yingxiong would make a move on him. No wonder this guy was so confident. As it turned out, he had come prepared. Xiao Yingxiong glanced at the Empress, his expression becoming increasingly dark, and he answered, Fine, we will battle in the Nine Deaths Formation. He led the way and walked out of the abode. Ling Han smiled and also set out as well. Meanwhile, the Empress was definitely following closely behind. Now that the trio had left, a commotion immediately arose as everyone surged outside. When the majority had left, Xianing came at a late moment. He looked at the scattered few that were here and couldn't help but feel surprised. That was because he had come at this moment after much consideration, and thought that this moment should be right in the middle of things. Why were there still just a few people here? Ling Han, Xiao Yingxiong, and the others soon arrived at the entrance of the martial academy. The Nine Deaths Formation was located ahead of them. Which level do we choose? Xiao Yingxiong asked solemnly. The second. Ling Han suggested. His body art would not be suppressed by the formation, so the greater the suppression of cultivation level, the better it was for him. For example, in the first heaven he would be able to crush Xiao Yingxiong into the dirt with just a single finger. Of course, it was actually fine even if they entered into the third level of the Nine Deaths Formation. His body art was too strong, and there was an extremely great chance of victory even against a third heaven Supreme Monarch star. However, he would not be able to easily suppress his opponent. Xiao Yingxiong didn't even bother to say anything, and directly entered into the formation through the first stone tablet. Ling Han grinned and walked into the Nine Deaths Formation as well. Now that they are both in the second heaven, the outcome of the battle would depend on whoever is stronger in a battle at the same tier. And whoever has the higher evolution index would have more of an upper hand. Then, it is needless to say that it would definitely have to be Xiao Yingxiong. His evolution index is as high as 11. And in this term of disciples, the only one that can suppress him is Huo Ferong. There is also Heavenborn. He is a monster. Everyone discussed spiritedly. They still had a higher opinion of Xiao Yingxiong. Even if his cultivation level was suppressed, a person with a higher cultivation level would definitely have some kind of advantage. This was something that could not be changed. Right at this moment, 2 imposing-looking men appeared at practically the same time, falling by either side of the Empress. Gu Hei, Miao Hua. These were the 2 other super freaks, whose evolution index was rumored to have reached 11. Furthermore, in cultivation level, they have also reached 6th heaven, and possessed incomparable battle prowess. What's going on? Gu Hei asked. He was a completely different type from Xiao Yingxiong. He was wearing an amicable smile and appeared very approachable. Lord Gu, Xiao Yingxiong is presently battling in the Nine Deaths Formation, someone answered. Oh, with whom? Gu Hei was slightly surprised. Both he and Miao Hua were here, so who else would be worthy of a battle with Xiao Yingxiong? Li Si. Po. Gu Hei's and Miao Hua's expression became strange. Are you joking around with us? His name is indeed Li Si. More people nodded. At least, this was something that Ling Han had personally admitted. There is also a Zhang San here. Someone suddenly pointed at the first stone tablet. The name Zhang San was distinctly written at the 8th place on the stone tablet. Zhang San Li Si. They're probably the same person. Hiss. Though this person is named on the Eternal Stone, it has already been 7,000 years since his last appearance. Everyone surmises that it is possible that he used a forbidden technique to make it this far, which left extremely severe injuries on him, and that is why he has not appeared all this while. Could it be that he has recovered? If he used the forbidden technique again, it is possible that Xiao Yingxiong would really be outmatched. See, he had made it to 8th place through using a forbidden technique, and this was something that Xiao Yingxiong could not compare with. Now, if Ling Han used the same trick again, could Xiao Yingxiong win in a battle at the same tier? It's impossible, right? Both Gu Hei and Miao Hua were both feeling curious. Why would Xiao Yingxiong suddenly battle with this man? They made some queries and couldn't help but look dark at the same time. He deserved it. If it was them, they would also move without the slightest hesitation. Fuck, he actually dared to make a move on their goddess. Hopefully Xiao Yingxiong would teach this brat a harsh lesson, Gu Hui said. He truly is a foolish guy, Miao Hua also declared coldly. Someone's come out. A figure flickered behind the first stone tablet. He definitely could not have barged through the whole 9 deaths formation, as he had appeared so quickly. Instead, he had to have returned on the way he had entered. Who was it? Everyone stood on their toes to see, and all immediately looked stunned. Ling Han. It was Ling Han. Just how long had passed and he had already defeated Xiao Yingxiong. Even Gu Hei and Miao Hua were extremely stunned, their expressions becoming incredibly serious. Though they were both very proud of themselves, and thought that they were stronger than Xiao Yingxiong in a battle of equals, their superiority was still limited. No matter what, the battle would only be decided after a few days at the very least. Furthermore, the gap between victory and defeat would definitely be negligible. Yet just how long had passed by now? Ling Han had already walked out. Just what kind of crushing upper hand did he have? Could it be that this guy's evolution index had reached 12? Stop right there. Xiao Yingxiong also appeared. However, when he ran out, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. That was because this guy was looking too tragic, his face completely swollen and battered. He did not have the slightest air of aloof pride that he had had previously now. At first, everyone was still hoping that Ling Han had not fought with Xiao Yingxiong at all. Instead, he would have just gone in, roamed for a while, and then come back out again. But looking at how Xiao Yingxiong looked now, who would have any more doubt? This Ling Han was too strong, wasn't he? In a battle of equals, he could actually be as strong as this? This was absolutely one-sided. Ling Han turned his head and asked smilingly, "What is it? Haven't had enough of being beaten?" Xiao Yingxiong's whole body was trembling in fury. "You cheated. Your cultivation level is definitely higher than second heaven." Ling Han laughed. "There's something wrong with what you are saying. Even if my cultivation level surpasses the second heaven, my cultivation level would still have been suppressed to the level of the second heaven. Inside the 9 deaths formation, everyone's cultivation level would be equal." Xiao Yingxiong was instantly rendered speechless. However, he kept feeling like there was something off. Ling Han was too strong and his strength was completely illogical. "Or should we go in and fight again?" Ling Han suggested with a smile. Chapter 25-30, Forced to Retreat. Fight your sister. Xiao Yingxiong almost cursed out loud. Previously, though he had defended himself with his full effort, it had not caused even the slightest ripple. He had still been beaten terribly. Another fight. We will enter into the 3rd level of the Great Formation and battle again, Xiao Yingxiong declared darkly. He was not willing to take advantage of Ling Han either because Ling Han was precisely in the 3rd heaven. All right. Ling Han agreed decisively. They entered into the formation once more, and then immediately began another great battle. This time Xiao Yingxiong clearly had a better fighting chance. That was because the 3rd heaven was indeed Ling Han's true cultivation level, and he no longer had the advantage of suppression on cultivation levels. However, merely in terms of regulations Ling Han could match Xiao Yingxiong, and in terms of body art he was slightly superior. With these two factors combined, it was equivalent to having 2 Ling Hans joining forces to fight Xiao Yingxiong. Was this something that Xiao Yingxiong could match? In only a few hundred moves he was defeated once more. His face that had originally been swollen had now become even more unbearable to see. Someone has come out. Is it still Li Si? Outside, everyone could see a figure flash by and reacted with shouts. It was Ling Han. Everyone felt a ruefulness that came out from having their expectations fulfilled. This guy had won again. Xiao Yingxiong also came out in quick succession, and the sorry way he looked now elicited involuntary laughter. His expression was dark, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning brightly. After 2 battles, he naturally realized that aside from the power of regulation, Ling Han still had body art, and the latter would not be suppressed by the 9 deaths formation. However, because Ling Han himself was a 3rd heaven, his body art also had an upper limit. If he made a move now, he would be able to suppress Ling Han easily. However, firstly, the Martial Academy had its rules, and secondly, even if he defeated Ling Han by using his superior cultivation level to suppress him, that would be an unjust battle. What was the point of it then? Enter into the 4th level of the Great Formation to battle again? Xiao Yingxiong could not bring himself to say this. That would be equivalent to admitting that he was no match for Ling Han in a battle of equal tier. He looked meaningfully at Ling Han. If Ling Han's body art could improve alongside his cultivation level, it would be eternally impossible that he would be able to match Ling Han in a battle of equal tier, but if that was not the case, it would naturally be a different story. Humph. He left with a flutter of his sleeves. His pride caused him to choose the option of fighting Ling Han again when the latter had progressed further. This junior brother, what is the point of putting on a pretense? Tell us your real name. Gu He said to Ling Han. His face wore an amicable smile as if he would never get angry. A true man never changes his name regardless of the situation. My name is Li Si, Ling Han declared smilingly. Finally, Gu He showed a hint of displeasure. Though he has always been amicable, it did not mean that he had less pride than any other person. On the contrary, this kind of display of humility was only a way to show how proud he was. Miao Hua also looked furious. Do you think that just because we are 3 cultivation levels higher than you, we cannot deal with you? If you're not happy about it, I'll see you in the 3rd level of the Great Formation. In a fair battle, I will suppress every single person who comes to meet me, Ling Han declared, returning a tit-for-tat reply. Do you guys dare? Both Gu He and Miao Hua frowned slightly. Their battle prowess was on equal level with that of Xiao Yingxiong. Even if they were confident that they were stronger than the latter, it would not be too big of a difference. However, Ling Han had not taken too much time to defeat Xiao Yingxiong. Clearly, he had a crushing advantage in terms of strength. If they battled rashly, it would indeed be unwise. They decided to first pay a visit to Xiao Yingxiong. The latter had battled twice with Ling Han, so he should have gained some intel on Ling Han. The 2 of them did not speak but rather turned and left at the same time. Awesome, a 3rd Heaven Celestial King actually forced 6th Heaven Celestial Kings to retreat, and these 2 were 2 of the top 3 on the battle prowess board of this term at that. Everyone was very excited. After today, another new prodigy would emerge in the Martial Academy. The level of his freakishness surpassed the extent of Gu He and Miao Hua. He should probably be comparable to Heavenborn, right? They all returned to Xian Ying's abode, and continued the prospective partner ceremony. However, after the previous major events, everyone's interest had greatly declined. Bastard! A furious roar rang out as Zhuo Kai shot out like an arrow. He looked here and there, his eyes practically spitting fire in his fury. This was a great humiliation. He had actually had his clothes torn off, and lay on top of a man who was completely naked as well. Furthermore, they had been moving and rubbing against each other at that. Just the mere thought of it caused a feeling of incredible disgust to rise up in him. More importantly, this scene had even been witnessed by his pals. He knew what kind of personality these 2 people had. They would definitely broadcast it everywhere. Thus, his scandal would definitely be known to everyone by now. He hated Ling Han, who was the culprit behind all this, to death. You! He soon discovered Ling Han and immediately shouted loudly, I want you to die. The Empress was furious and pointed at Zhuo Kai menacingly. You lowly wretch should die 10,000 times over. Only now did Zhuo Kai see the Empress and involuntarily withdrew his aura. The Empress's presence was so strong that he could not even raise his head. However, his fury was too strong. Very soon, he returned to a state of rage as he promised, whoever can kill him for me, I will give them 100 million star stones. Everyone only acted as if they had not heard anything. As disciples of the Martial Academy, as well as Celestial King tier Monarch tiers and Monarch stars, who would care about 100 million star stones. Zhuo Kai also knew that this was the wrong place to show off his wealth. These people were not his lackeys who would scramble to do his bidding if he only gave them some star stones. He thought for a moment, then took out a jade box and said, "This is a crimson bright fire pill which can greatly increase the cultivation level of 5th heaven celestial kings and below. It can save 10 billion years of hard cultivation at least. Whoever kills that man, this crimson bright fire pill will belong to them." Instantly, a great many people looked tempted. Having the ability to save them 10 billion years of hard cultivation was extremely astonishing. Who wouldn't be tempted? But the problem here was, firstly, that no one dared commit murder in the martial academy, and secondly, just how many people would be able to match Ling Han. Thus, though everyone felt very tempted, there was still no one who stepped out. Zhuo Kai was stunned. He was not an idiot after all. Upon deeper thought, he knew what he had done wrongly. He declared, "Whoever gives him a good thrashing, this crimson bright fire pill can be bestowed on them too." Cease the nonsense. A cold humph rang out and Xiaoning spoke. He was a 9th heaven celestial king, but there was actually someone causing chaos in his abode. What would that make him then? Zhuo Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Then clasping his hands he said, "Greetings Lord Xian." He did not show too much respect because his great-grandfather was a pseudo-heavenly venerate. Even though he had only just taken a single step further than a 9th heaven celestial king, the distance that this step breached was astonishingly wide. "Lord Xian, could you give me some face?" he asked. The others almost burst into laughter. A mere 3rd heaven celestial king actually dared to ask a 9th heaven celestial king to give him face. He really had no sense of self-awareness. Only a profligate young master like Zhuo Kai could do something like that. Even Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he said, "To think that Senior Zhuo actually has a descendant like you, who knows if there would come a day when you would bring shame to his name." He waved a hand dismissively. "Go on." Boom, a great power surged out, and Zhuo Kai involuntarily retreated continuously, finally stopping only when he had retreated out of the abode. He glared angrily at the great doors but did not enter again. Since a 9th heaven celestial king had spoken and moved, if Zhuo Kai still did not know what was good for him, it would only be seeking his own suffering. However, he was definitely not going to let this go. He turned around furiously and strode off. Ling Han immediately whispered into the Empress's ear, "I'll be back in a while." Since Zhuo Kai actually had such a precious item like the Crimson Bright Fire Pill, he definitely could not allow the former to just leave like this. Chapter 2531, Messing Around Again. Ling Han ran out and sensed for Zhuo Kai's aura. Then he immediately flew out. Though this was the martial academy, it was really too huge. One would not be able to see a structure or a few passers-by once every short distance. No, there were only 2 to 3 abodes constructed on a single peak at most here, and passers-by were incredibly few and far between. The great dragon carriage had naturally been taken by Zhuo Kai. Thus he was traveling very quickly, but Ling Han's speed was even faster. As he traveled rapidly, not too long later, he saw that great dragon pulling the carriage behind it and galloping swiftly ahead of him. Ling Han channeled the regulations of space, and in a few bursts of teleportation he rapidly closed the distance between them. The great dragon was still a celestial king for better or worse. Immediately it sensed that something was off. It turned its head, and discovered that Ling Han was actually approaching aggressively. Involuntarily, it couldn't help but shudder and its 4 legs became weak. It hurriedly stopped, trembling in fear. It had developed a healthy fear of Ling Han from being beaten. Furthermore, it had witnessed how hardcore Ling Han's tastes were. What if he pushed the dragon together with some tiger or male bear as well? Then how would it be able to face others in future? "My lord." This dragon sent out a message through divine sense, trying its best to curry favor with Ling Han. Ling Han felt disdain. His impression of dragons was that they should be noble and proud, soaring above the 9 heavens. How could they possibly be so materialistic? "Why have we stopped?" Zhuo Kai opened the door of the carriage and walked out. When he discovered that the great dragon was actually playing dead and not moving at all, he was instantly angered, but when he spied Ling Han out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but shake, and showed an expression that contained both fury and fear. He naturally held a deep hatred for Ling Han, who had caused him to become the butt of everyone's jokes. However, at the same time he was also afraid of Ling Han. Underneath absolutely crushing strength, He feared that he would be messed around with horribly again. "Young Master Zhuo, what is it?" Another person walked out. Who else could it be but that purple-robed young man Wuxia? He too spotted Ling Han, and his expression involuntarily turned livid. He recalled that matter of the past that he could not bear to look back on. He wanted nothing more than to dig a hole to bury himself in. At the same time he also longed to rush forth and kill Ling Han. But in the end he shut his mouth and did not say a word. Ling Han cracked a grin. "I think that the Crimson Bright Fire Pill is not too bad. Could you bear to part with it and gift it to me?" Zhuo Kai almost cursed loudly. The reason he had taken out this alchemical pill was so he could find someone to deal with Ling Han. If Ling Han snatched it from him, what had he done then? Pleasing his enemy with a gift. He could not be a fool like that. "If I refuse, could it be that you will snatch it from me?" Zhuo Kai exclaimed harshly, but it was clearly just putting on a tough act. Ling Han shook his head. "No, no, no. I would have only picked up an alchemical pill from the ground, and definitely would not have stolen it from anyone. You can't frame me or I will beat you up every time I see you." Zhuo Kai was confused. Could anyone pick up a Crimson Bright Fire Pill from the ground? He had barely finished the thought when he felt his vision blue. Pung! A fist had already struck him, and then? Ping, ping, ping! The clothes that he was wearing once again exploded into bits after a series of heavy punches. His spatial god tool had also been beaten till it burst, and that Crimson Bright Fire Pill naturally fell onto the ground. Only now did Zhuo Kai know what Ling Han meant with his earlier words. He couldn't help but explode in fury. Ling Han had really gone too far. He would definitely complain to his great-grandfather, and ask his ancestor to step out and suppress this evil villain. Then it finally sank into him to cover himself, and he hurriedly covered his lower half. Ling Han shook his head. "Looks like you haven't given up on your malice. You should get another treatment." He looked towards Wuxia. "What was your name again?" Wuxia made no reply but merely kept his guard up. Don't be nervous. You can be the husband this time." Ling Han moved and grabbed out at Wuxia. Though Wuxia resisted with all his might, how could he possibly manage to defend himself? He was easily captured by Ling Han, and with a surge of power he too once again became naked. "No!" The two men were both shaking their behinds, releasing anguished wails. Ling Han chuckled. He first threw Zhuo Kai onto the carriage, and then threw Wuxia in as well so that the two of them were laid out on top of one another. Then, playing the same trick, he tapped a specific point on each of them, causing them to roar in pain as they began to twist their bodies rhythmically. Instantly, the carriage began to sway. Ling Han even closed the carriage doors very nicely. The great dragon was spying on Ling Han quietly, and when it saw how Ling Han's eyes turned on it, it hurriedly turned back round in fear. "Stay here obediently, or I will slaughter you next time and make you into a stew," Ling Han threatened. The great dragon hurriedly nodded. It could tell by how Ling Han's eyes were shining, and by a glint of drool at the corner of Ling Han's lips, that this was a glutton that could not be more obvious. This was not just an empty threat. Ling Han picked up the Crimson Bright Fire Pill, then turned and left. When the drinking party was over, everyone would also see the carriage's *X. He returned to Xianying's abode and sat together with the Empress. At this time, Xianying just happened to be talking about matters of the Great Realm War, which soon captured Ling Han's attention. This was different from what he had imagined. Hysteria had taken the form of a dimension. Thus, what it had launched was a realm war. Its main power was focused on suppressing the Flaming Frost realm, but it was too strong. A single thought could create innumerable elites. Thus, all the elites were actually battling with the divine sense of hysteria. The strength of hysteria had already surpassed the range of a 7th-tier heavenly venerate. It was a genuine overlord of a dimension. Furthermore, it had devoured a considerable number of other dimensions, and merely 3 of them had already been transcendent dimensions. It was really too strong. Ling Han himself had once been the overlord of a realm, and clearly remembered how he only had to have a thought, and he could form any kind of being he wished at the time as long as their overall power did not surpass the maximum limits of the realm. Hysteria was naturally capable of this as well. Furthermore, it was even stronger. There were many that had reached the level of a 6th-tier heavenly venerate among the elites it had mobilized. More importantly, it was a dimension itself, so its power was endless. It was fine no matter how many 6th-tier heavenly venerates died, as it could mobilize endless numbers of them. Of course, aside from 6th-tier heavenly venerates, there were also 5th-tier and 4th-tier heavenly venerates. In fact, there were also ninth heaven celestial kings and they formed a great army. Their main priority was to attack their defense lines and start a massacre after entering into Flaming Frost Realm. The strength of a dimension greatly depended on the beings of this dimension. If the Flaming Frost Realm was massacred, Hysteria would be able to easily devour this dimension. The realm battlefield was extremely dangerous, and the slightest wrong move could result in death. However, at the same time it was also filled with opportunities because as long as one could manage to kill Hysteria's creations, they could obtain benefits from the corpses left behind, which would stimulate the boost of one's cultivation level, and even help him to break through to the heavenly venerable tier. This was also why a great many ninth heaven celestial kings would go to the realm battlefield. Of course, the number of celestial kings that had died in battle was also shockingly high, but for that sliver of hope, even more ninth heaven celestial kings ventured there one after another. Ling Han anticipated venturing there greatly, but that place was the most dangerous place that only ninth heaven celestial kings would be worthy of setting foot in. If he went there now, it would completely be an act of suicide. He had best wait for a while longer. Ling Han suppressed his impulsive urge. Subsequently, Xianing took charge of the drinking party, and encouraged them to socialize among themselves, and see if they could encounter someone they liked. Let's go. The Empress tugged on Ling Han's hand, and the two people left the abode. They then went to the Empress's accommodations. Bewitching Maiden Row was not here. She had her own abode and was presently in a state of seclusion, attempting to break through to the third heaven. Thus, Ling Han had no plans to disturb her. And in Hunyo's case, she had already left the Martial Academy, and she probably would not be returning anytime soon. That is a fourth-tier heavenly venerate, and his title is Earnest Meditation, the Empress informed him. Ling Han nodded. He took out the Crimson Bright Fire pill. I want to study this alchemical pill, and if I could trace its composition through analysis. Alright, where's Wally? Chapter 2532, Discussion. Wally had also gone to the Flaming Frost Realm with Zhou Heng, and Ling Han found this out from the message that Hunyo, the Rain Emperor, and the others had left behind. The Empress spread out her hands indicating that she did not know. With how proud she was, how could it be that she would concern herself with knowing the whereabouts of others? Ling Han was speechless. This was definitely his wife, as true as she could be. He studied the Crimson Bright Fire pill himself. If he could concoct it, it would be too helpful to their group. A day passed and quite a lot of interesting topics emerged immediately in the Martial Academy. For example, a powerful man named Li Si thrashed Xiao Yingxiong madly in the 9 Deaths formation, and it was done twice at that. Or for example, how Goddess Wanxing was suddenly courted, and this guy that was so lucky that he had drawn the jealousy of countless people, with countless people cursing him with straw dolls, was still that Li Si. Another example was how it was unknown why the trend of homosexuality had suddenly arisen in the Martial Academy, and the first pair to come out of the closet was actually the young master of the Zhuo clan and Wuxia. What was even more ridiculous, these two people were actually caught having S*X out in the open. And even more ridiculous was that the two of them had not actually done this once. They had just been exposed, and in the blink of an eye, they were again caught having S*X in the carriage. It was one thing for you to have carriage S*X in your own abode, but the carriage was actually parked by the roadside. Everyone who passed by could see the rhythmical shaking of the carriage, as well as hear those bursts of moans. Shameless, too shameless. Of course, Zhuo Kai's matter was just a joke, but this kind of gossip had the greatest potential of spreading. In just a single day, this news had spread throughout the entire Martial Academy, and who knew if it would spread to Zhuo Bing, who was still far in the realm battlefield? Who knew if this news would directly kill the old geezer with fury? Ling Han just happened to be working hard on studying the Crimson Bright Fire pill, but the Empress called him over merely a day later. There was a dog who had come to pay him a visit. The large black dog sat in the great hall like a human being, his paw holding a teacup, looking deep and putting on pretense of mystery. Little Han, come help Grandpa Dog massage my leg. The large black dog did not even have to turn around. He was a 9th heaven celestial king, so his divine sense was naturally strong. Ling Han was surprised. How did you recognize me? He had cultivated the heaven-deceiving technique, and even Heavenborn had not discovered anything strange about him. Tisk. The large black dog's expression was filled with disdain. Don't I know you well enough? The moment I heard about Zhuo Kai's matter yesterday, Grandpa Dog immediately figured out that someone had messed around with this unlucky boy. Aside from me, I believe that only you who have gained my true inheritance would think of such a way to mess around with someone, little bastard. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. This large black dog himself was the ancestor of messing around with people. His recognizing others was actually through recognizing their way of messing around. It's great that you are here. In the future, when I mess around with anyone, you can help cover for me, he said laughingly. No problem. The large black dog patted his chest, looking very loyal. Ling Han said calmly, I heard that the ancestor of the Zhuo clan is a pseudo-heavenly venerate. Grandpa Dog suddenly feels a bit of a stomachache. I seem to have eaten some expired beef skewers yesterday. I'm going to find that guy and get revenge. He actually dared to sell this kind of things to Grandpa Dog. The large black dog immediately slid down onto the ground, and then looked like he was about to run outside. This damn dog, he really was the type to bully the weak but tremble before the strong. There was no cure for him. Ling Han hurriedly stopped him. Can't you have a bit of backbone in you? What is backbone worth? Is it edible? The large black dog was completely shameless, but then again it had never felt ashamed either. Ling Han sighed. Zhuo Bing is in the realm battlefield, and there is no way he can return in the short term. Why does Grandpa Dog's stomach not hurt all of a sudden? The large black dog rubbed his belly. As expected of Grandpa Dog, a ninth heaven celestial king. In the future, I am a being destined to become a heavenly venerate. My physique is really good. Ling Han gave him the middle finger and then said seriously, the Tower of Three Realms has now fallen into Heavenborn's hands. We have to think of some way to get it back. This was the last inheritance from the karmic life heavenly venerable, and definitely could not be allowed to fall into the hands of another. The large black dog also became serious and said, though I can suppress that brat, firstly, the Martial Academy has its rules, so it would not be appropriate for me to move publicly. Secondly, that brat is a manifestation of divine metal. Even Grandpa Dog cannot penetrate his defense. If we wanted to forcefully snatch back the Tower of Three Realms, it would be difficult. Ling Han also knew this. He slowly nodded and then said, however, Heavenborn must definitely be dealt with. Furthermore, I have battled with him on the celestial path. At the last crucial moment, it was the lingering intent of the karmic life heavenly venerable that appeared and distracted him, which allowed us to successfully escape. Lord Yuan Sheng. The large black dog was instantly excited. Let's go. Grandpa Dog will immediately go and slaughter that brat, and save Lord Yuan Sheng. Seeing how excited it was, Ling Han nodded internally. At least on the issue of the karmic life heavenly venerable, the large black dog was still extremely loyal, and did not shame its virtue as a dog. Woof, your beady eyes are blinking like mad. Are you cursing Grandpa Dog inside your head? The large black dog was extremely sensitive. Ling Han put on a serious face. I was complimenting you. Then he pondered slightly. Heavenborn is the manifestation of the celestial realm, and it can be said that there is no way that anyone beneath heavenly venerable tier could do anything against him. In terms of regulations, ninth heaven celestial kings were the pinnacle. Though heavenly venerable tier was created through the back door by the heaven and earth, if the heaven and earth could really do as they willed like this, would heavenly venerates still emerge? The power of heaven and earth was boundless, but was restricted through regulations. This was the law of how the Genesis world worked, and it could not be gone against. Thus, Heavenborn was indeed very freakish, but there was definitely no way he could be freakish to an unlimited extent. Could it be that I can only deal with him after becoming a heavenly venerate? The large black dog was slightly irritable. Though both he and Ling Han had the potential to become a heavenly venerate, and this chance was even higher in the Flaming Frost realm, that would definitely be a matter of countless years later. To become a heavenly venerate, it was only a small token to spend a few epochs to accumulate enough comprehension and strengthen foundations. If he had to wait this long, the large black dog would not be able to bear it. Ling Han was also thinking deeply, and he said, to deal with Heavenborn, the first thing we have to do is deal with his physique. But aside from heavenly venerable tier, what else could do anything against divine metal? He looked at the large black dog, and the large black dog was also looking at him. The man and dog exclaimed at practically the same time, a heavenly venerate tool. Divine metal was on the same level as celestial king tier, so only something above the level of celestial king tier could damage divine metal. Ling Han took out the divine demon sword. Then the first thing we have to do is boost this divine sword to the heavenly venerable tier. Hiss, that would require a shocking amount of divine metal. the large black dog said through clenched teeth. Ling Han cracked a grin. That would have to depend on you. Why does it have to be me? It is clear that the one benefiting is you, brat. Unless you give this sword to me, the large black dog declared shamelessly. Ling Han said, firstly, you are a ninth heaven celestial king and possess great power. There are only a limited number that can contend with you in this world. Secondly, you are a dog and have a good sense of smell. With such a strong nose, it would naturally be easy to find divine. Woof, I'll bite you to death. The large black dog was furious and immediately pounced out. Naturally, Ling Han could not possibly be a match for a ninth heaven celestial king. He hurriedly called a ceasefire and then continued, you should know where Wally is staying at, right? I need to find him for something. Oh, right, how is your understanding of the fundamental power of the Genesis world? The large black dog's expression turned gloomy. It's difficult, too difficult. The first step of Heavenly Venerable Tier began from the unique power of a dimension, but Wally's model was meant for 6 great fundamental powers, and directly began from the second step. Thus, the large black dog, who was only a ninth heaven celestial king, was completely baffled. Chapter 25-33, Looting. The large black dog took Ling Han to find Wally. Though Wally was a war soldier, he could also be considered as a being that existed independently because he had gained self-awareness. Thus, Zhou Heng had brought him here as a member of the martial academy. How had Wally managed to get past the 9 deaths formation then? He had just run all the way through, suffering blows as he did so. It could not be helped. His body was constructed from a material called superstring, and possessed astonishing self-recovery ability. He was also practically indestructible. Throughout these many years, Wally had simply been absorbing the information of the Flaming Frost realm. Though he had gone to a high-level dimension before, he clearly had not been qualified to venture into a transcendent dimension yet. When the large black dog and Ling Han arrived, light was flickering in Wally's eyes as he was still absorbing knowledge while he received the 2 of them at the same time, causing no disruption to either action. Help me analyze this alchemical pill. Ling Han took out the crimson bright fire pill and handed it over to Wally. Wally did not refuse and accepted the alchemical pill. However, he said seriously, you owe me 3 pieces of divine metal. It was really expensive to ask this guy for help. Ling Han complained internally, but thinking about how Wally was the product of hard work of an entire dimension over several hundred epochs, it was understandable that his help would be slightly expensive. Wally stopped his absorption of information for the time being, and began analyzing this alchemical pill. He only managed to list out all the ingredients after a day, and also handed over 3 pill recipes which differed slightly. These were based on reverse engineering the completed alchemical pill. The crimson bright fire pill was already lost in the passage of time. These are the pill recipes that I have completed through the remains of the pill recipe and the completed alchemical pill. The rate of accuracy is 91%, 87%, and 83%, respectively. Wally's expression was solemn. That was his eternal expression. It was as difficult as climbing the skies to see a smile from him. Wally boy, give Grandpa Dog a smile, the large black dog teased from the sidelines. Wally bared his mouth in a grin. Instantly, his upper lip rose and his lower lip descended, revealing 2 complete rows of teeth. Are you smiling here or trying to scare me? The large black dog quickly waved a paw. How many times has Grandpa Dog taught you? A smile has to be natural and cannot be pretentious or deliberate. Wally looked at him blankly. In the area of analysis he was an expert of the highest grade, but in the area of human behavior he was just a big idiot. Ling Han laughed loudly and patted the large black dog's shoulder. Don't force him. I can see that this pill recipe requires a lot of great herbs. I am sadly short of cash now, and can't afford to buy any ingredients at all. Why don't we go off and do a big job? Tisk, Grandpa Dog has no benefit at all. No way. The large black dog immediately refused. Ling Han said calmly, we're going to loot Heavenborn's place. Up for it? Let's go. The large black dog was immediately interested. Ling Han nodded. Take Wally as well. Breaking through the formation will need him. The man and dog looked at Wally at the same time, while Wally's expression was completely confused. Though he was not versed in human emotion, he still felt that the expressions of this man and dog were slightly frightening, filled with mischief and trickery. Heavenborn was nurtured by the heaven and earth, and possessed astonishing natural talent. It was said that there were heavenly venerates contending to take him as a disciple after he had come to the martial academy. It was probable that they bestowed a considerable number of precious gifts on him. If they could raid his abode, the loot would definitely be shocking. However, the whole martial academy was under the control of the heavenly venerates. If they boldly committed theft, they would definitely be immediately arrested. Hence, this would need Wally's help, which would allow them to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. The three of them were definitely the absolutely perfect trio for being thieves. With Wally in charge of covering their tracks and analyzing and unraveling the formation, they easily penetrated Heavenborn's abode, and with the large black dog, even Heavenborn would not be able to discover that they had snuck in. Ling Han and the large black dog found the treasure chamber, and immediately began to rake in their spoils. Why did Heavenborn not stow these treasures away inside the Black Tower? That was simple. The Black Tower had long since been unusable, and could only be repaired with the powerful might of a heavenly venerate. Previously, Heavenborn could only make the Black Tower become larger, and use it as a weapon to smash his enemies. All the other abilities could not be used at all. There's also divine metal. Ling Han was surprised. He had actually found a piece of divine metal here. Mine. Wally immediately declared. His upgrade required things like divine metal or dimension scrolls. You haven't even finished digesting the dimension scroll, so what are you so rushed for? I'll keep it in reserve for you, Ling Han said immediately. I'll take it. Grandpa Dog still lacks a suitable weapon. The large black dog was also drooling. Ling Han was puzzled. Why do you not even have a celestial tool? It was very ordinary that a normal celestial king did not have a celestial tool, but the large black dog was a ninth heaven celestial king. How could it be that he still would not be able to get any divine metal? Don't remind me. After I sustained severe injury, I was forced to undergo a great rebirth, and could not bring a single piece of possession with me. My celestial tools have probably been seized by others and reforged into something else by now, the large black dog mumbled gloomily. Ling Han laughed. I never expected that there would come a day that you would suffer a loss as well. It's all the fault of that bastard Jianghu heavenly venerate. When Grandpa Dog has broken through, I will definitely chop off his dog's head. Chop off his head and kick it around like a ball, the large black dog said angrily. Ling Han nodded. With how slippery the large black dog was, the only one that could cause him to suffer a loss could only be a heavenly venerate. It would be better to have this divine metal devoured by the divine demon sword, Ling Han said. After all, this is illegal goods and cannot come into light. Though the large black dog was reluctant, he could only agree. Thankfully, there were really quite a lot of treasures in Heavenborn's place. He got a share of a few great herbs at the Celestial King tier. Even if it was not of much use for him to eat them, he still had to end up with something, at least. This damn dog had never done a deal that would result in a loss for him. They retreated, and when they returned, they immediately divided the spoils among themselves. At the first possible chance, they got rid of them. Less than 2 days later, Heavenborn discovered that his treasure chamber had been robbed, causing him to fume and jump with rage. Because his losses were too great, even the authorities of Martial Academy had participated in the investigation, but nothing was discovered even after 2 consecutive days of keeping guard. Thus, this matter could only be left unresolved. The large black dog urged Ling Han to see if they could do it again after a few days. But Ling Han shook his head. This kind of job could only be done once. To do a bad deed right underneath the noses of heavenly venerates once was them taking the chance that they were not on guard, but did he really think that a heavenly venerate was just there for decoration? Wally's deception technique could succeed once because the heavenly venerate had not taken notice at all, but to commit the deed again when their tracks were so fresh? It would only be sending themselves into the net. Furthermore, Heavenborn had just been looted, so what could they get even if they went there again now? Goats had to be fattened before slaughter. The large black dog had only said that in a moment of anger. He was the true ancestor of thieves, so how could he not understand? After muttering a few words, he left. He was going to roam the world and forge a celestial tool for himself. Then, he would get himself enough divine metal to be devoured by the divine demon sword. Saving the karmic life heavenly venerable was his greatest wish at present, and had even surpassed his personal desire of becoming a heavenly venerate. Ling Han began to concoct the Crimson Bright Fire Pill. He still did not have much ingredients, so Ling Han could only concoct a single Crimson Bright Fire Pill. He thought for a moment and did not ingest it himself. Instead, he planned to sell it so he could buy more ingredients and concoct more alchemical pills. He released the news that there was a crimson bright fire pill available for sale, and soon garnered the interest of a great many people. Interestingly, Zhuokai had previously taken out this kind of alchemical pill so he could summon some really strong people in an attempt to kill off Ling Han, yet now Ling Han had taken out a crimson bright fire pill as well. Had he robbed Zhuokai? But after assessment, this alchemical pill was proven to have been concocted just recently, and had absolutely no relation to the alchemical pill that had belonged to Zhuokai. Ling Han took the chance to release the news that he was a 5-star alchemist, and could help others to concoct great Celestial King tier alchemical pills. Of course, his fees would also be exorbitant. This was Ling Han's true motive. Chapter 2534, Advancement Again. Alchemy was a very profitable business, especially for a high-level alchemist. Every time they were requested to concoct alchemical pills for others, they would demand an astonishingly exorbitant fee, and if they were to concoct alchemical pills themselves, they would put them on auction. Ling Han wanted more to be requested to concoct alchemical pills for others, and demand great Celestial King tier herbs as his fee. In that way he would not need to concoct too many alchemical pills, and he would have enough ingredients to concoct a new crimson bright fire pill. This time he was trying to get the ball rolling. As expected, after a few days, there was someone who established communication with him, asking him for help in concocting an alchemical pill. It was only a single person, and there was no expected scene of an endless stream of people lining up to ask for his help. This was very normal. Who knew what Ling Han's skill in alchemy was like? What if he wasted their ingredients and they ended up with a failed concoction? This first person had come because he was brave. Ling Han only began pill concoction after several days of preparation. Very soon he completed the pill concoction and its grade was extremely high at that. That person left in jubilant spirits. Once the news spread out, 3 people came at different times on the second day, requesting Ling Han's help to concoct alchemical pills. Ling Han began to get busy. All Celestial Kings were extremely wealthy. The longer it had been since they became Celestial Kings, the more shocking amounts of wealth they naturally possessed, which caused Ling Han's money bag to begin to become fat. He had a celestial physique of time, and concocting a cauldron's worth of Celestial King tier pills would only be the matter of a few hours in real time, so the rate at which he was making money was naturally amazing. Ling Han's fame spread farther and farther, and more people came to request him to concoct alchemical pills. His pill completion rate was truly shocking, and as the number of alchemical pills he concocted increased, the grade of the completed pills was also steadily improving. Everyone knew that an impressive alchemy king had appeared in the martial academy. 3 years later, bewitching Maiden Ro came out of seclusion. She had successfully broken through to the 3rd heaven. When she knew that Ling Han had arrived, she was naturally overjoyed, and Little Terror also finally saw Ling Han. It immediately rushed over and almost crushed Ling Han on the ground with a bang. The little guy's power now was too frightening. Its cultivation level was 5th heaven, but its power had soared directly to the peak stage of the 6th heaven, which naturally caused even Ling Han to clench his teeth at the impact. Ling Han laughed loudly and picked Little Terror up. This little guy is becoming sturdier and sturdier. It should be very delicious. The large black dog appeared and drooled in Little Terror's direction. Why did he share the same temperament as Hunyeo? How much divine metal have you gotten? Ling Han asked. Pei, do you think that divine metal is cheap vegetables and can be gotten just anywhere? The large black dog immediately cried out. Grandpa Dog just came back for a breath of fresh air, okay? Ling Han's expression was suspicious. Have you gotten into some kind of mess, and have thus deliberately come back to avoid the trouble? The large black dog immediately changed the topic, his eyes shifting everywhere. This damn dog was indeed not the type to behave and would cause trouble everywhere. Thankfully, he was a 9th heaven celestial king, or he would have long since been pummeled to death many times over by now. He said a few words and then left. It was possible that the trouble he had got into this time was not just small trouble. Ling Han did not give him any further regard. He took out the crimson bright fire pills and passed it to the Empress and bewitching Maiden Ro. After 3 years he had only managed to concoct 3 pills in total. It should be known that a single crimson bright fire pill was enough to make all celestial kings at 5th heaven and below fight each other over. He had concocted 3 of them in a period of 3 years. This was extremely shocking. They ingested the pills and began to digest its effects. A great celestial king tier pill could only be digested very slowly. A whole year later, Ling Han had finally completed digesting this great pill, and this was still because he had used time acceleration effects, or it would have needed at least around 1,000 years. The advancement was very obvious. He had originally been in the early stage of the third heaven, and now he reached the late stage in a single stroke. 10 billion years of hard cultivation only resulted in such minor advancement. In truth, the improvement via an alchemical pill would not take into account the acceleration of time. Taking into account Ling Han's time acceleration effects of 1,000 times, a crimson bright fire pill had only saved him 10 million years of hard cultivation. Hence, this kind of advancement was understandable. I cannot ingest another crimson bright fire pill in the short run. As an alchemist himself, Ling Han was the most sensitive about the effects of an alchemical pill. There would be poison left behind by the alchemical pill, and a great problem would result if he ingested another crimson bright fire pill without waiting for this poison to be removed from his body. He inspected carefully, and this poison was actually regulations, but their level was very high. With his ability, he would not be able to remove them in a single stroke. They could only be removed in a slow, consistent process, so it would consume a lot of time. Ling Han came out of seclusion, and the Empress came out very quickly soon after. She also had the greatest eternity everlasting physique, so her time acceleration effects were the same as Ling Han's. However, it was much slower for bewitching Maiden Ro. Not long after, Ji Wuming came over to pay him a visit. At the first instant he pronounced Ling Han's true identity. Ling Han couldn't help but feel gloomy. He had initially been confident that he could deceive everyone. He, having such freakish talent in cultivation and being a grandmaster alchemist at the same time, there are not many people like that, Ji Wuming said. Moreover, I did not believe that you would die so easily, so I simply guessed that it had to be you. Thankfully, Heavenborn had only battled with Ling Han once, and was not familiar with the latter. Otherwise, the former should have guessed that not only had Ling Han not died, he had also arrived in the martial academy already. It was not only Ji Wuming. Yin Shenlu and the others also came one after another. They all had guessed it. There was absolutely no way that Ling Han could have died in the celestial realm. They only had not known when he would arrive here. There were also Ling Hua and the other manifestations of the source powers. They had come with the Empress and the others. Source powers of heaven and earth naturally had excellent aptitude, so the rate of their cultivation was astonishing. All 9 of them were already 5th heaven celestial kings. Yet, they had succeeded because they were source powers, but at the same time, it was also their weakness. It was practically impossible for them to break through to the heavenly venerable tier as they were chained to the level of regulations. Their peaceful life was very soon interrupted because Xiao Yingxiong had come again. We battle again in the 9 deaths formation. He issued a challenge. Ling Han was surprised. Why had this guy come so quickly? Had he ingested some kind of natural treasure that caused his battle prowess to improve by leaps and bounds? Otherwise, how could he have such confidence? Sure. Ling Han nodded. In a battle of equal level, he did not fear anyone. 3 days later, Xiao Yingxiong added. The challenge this time soon alerted the entire martial academy. After all, they were both prodigies of the battle role. Not only were the disciples of this present term all very interested, even a considerable number of people from the last term and the term before last decided that they would go and watch the battle. 3 days' time passed very quickly. Ling Han walked towards the 9 deaths formation. After arriving, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. There were too many people here, weren't there? There was a complete sea of heads, and it was not just humans, there were also demi-humans with tails or had the heads of goats, donkeys and the like. All kinds of races were here. The present Flaming Frost realm had gathered all the prodigies of various races of the entire Genesis world. It was a complete wild mixture. Xiao Yingxiong was already waiting for him. He was seated on the ground while a sword was laid out on his legs, but the sword was not unsheathed, feeling like a dragon that was hidden in a valley, and as if it would be able to alarm the heavens the moment it appeared. Seclusion could not allow the use of precious tools, but he was only using the 9 deaths formation to have a fair battle with Ling Han. You're here, Xiao Yingxiong said solemnly. Ling Han smiled. Is this the basis for your confidence? He pointed at his sword. You will know when we battle. Ling Han chuckled and walked into the great formation on the 3rd level of the 9 deaths formation. He would not become conceited. The only thing that differentiated them was that the other party had not cultivated body arts as well. In terms of pure power of regulation, he was really not the slightest bit inferior in a battle of equal level, or would only have a slight disadvantage. If they were to battle in the great formation of the 4th level, his disadvantage would be too great. Xiao Yingxiong also walked in and faced Ling Han directly. Not making your move? Ling Han was surprised. Xiao Yingxiong brandished his sword casually, and did not even unsheath it. Then he said, I have. Ling Han chuckled. Looks like asking for a spar is a lie, and you have another motive, right? Chapter 2535, Xiao Yingxiong's Invitation. Clever, Xiao Yingxiong complimented. There is indeed something I wish to discuss with you. Ling Han was surprised. What could there be to discuss between him and Xiao Yingxiong? He pondered for a moment and then said, Please go on. Myself and a few others have discovered a historical site from the primitive age, and hope that you can join us to explore it, Xiao Yingxiong said solemnly. Ling Han gave an O. With something as good as that, you would actually think of me? Not only were he and Xiao Yingxiong not friends, they were instead rivals in love. Of course, this was only Xiao Yingxiong's one-sided opinion. If there was anything good like exploring a historical site, how could he possibly take Ling Han into consideration? Xiao Yingxiong humphed. If it was not necessary, there is absolutely no way you could get such a great opportunity for nothing like this. That is because the key to opening the historical site requires the lifeblood of a great many supreme monarch stars whose evolution index has reached 11. At present, we do not have enough numbers yet. Ling Han couldn't help but think if these words were truth or lie, if this was a fatal trap that was laid out for him. It should be known that once they left the Martial Academy, there would not be any heavenly venerates guarding them any further. I need more information about this historical site, Ling Han said. Take it. Xiao Yingxiong tossed over a jade seal. I knew you would have this kind of request. Take it and study it. 3 days later I will come find you again. Ling Han took the jade seal. Xiao Yingxiong turned around and left, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Smiling, Ling Han also exited the great formation, just happening to catch sight of Xiao Yingxiong flying off. The spectators were all confused. Who had won or lost this battle? Why had it finished so quickly? Ling Han returned to the abode and shared the information inside the jade seal with the Empress. The information was very detailed. This historical site had once belonged to a 9th heaven celestial king. It was rumored that he had died because he had failed to break through to the heavenly venerable tier. Thus, it was possible that this historical site contained the personal insight of this celestial king. They wanted to obtain and study it, and that could help them to avoid a few wrong turns. Though Xiao Yingxiong was a supreme monarch star whose evolution index was as high as 11, he still did not have absolute confidence that he would definitely become a heavenly venerate. Though heavenly venerates would never die throughout the ages, a single dimension would only have 10 or over a dozen of them. Their numbers were shockingly low. Could it be that there were few prodigies that had emerged throughout history, and there was a lack of supreme monarch stars? No, there were many of them. But becoming a heavenly venerate was really much too difficult. It was extremely possible for even a supreme monarch star to fail, and all his cultivation would thus turn into nothing. An example of failure could possibly be more valuable than a case of success. Hence, even a supreme monarch star like Xiao Yingxiong was tempted and anxious to obtain this insight. Ling Han's heart jolted as well. It was one thing for him to be confident in himself, but the facts were another story altogether. We should explore it, the Empress said. Ling Han nodded. There would not only be the insight of this celestial king in breaking through to the heavenly venerable tier. A person who had been qualified to take this step would definitely be one of the strongest among 9th heaven celestial kings. His treasures should be extremely amazing. Call the large black dog too. This guy is a 9th heaven celestial king. Wally too. There was no need to get the others. If even the large black dog could not deal with it, then even the combined forces of Ling Hua and the others would be useless. Ling Han went to inform the large black dog. This damn dog immediately agreed happily. He very much wanted to get a look at the inside of a celestial king breaking through into the heavenly venerable tier as well, especially of one that had failed. That was because every heavenly venerate that had succeeded had created their own path, so there wasn't much reference value, but a case of failure could be studied, which would allow them to avoid making the same mistakes. Wally had never been proactive about this kind of thing, but did not refuse either. In any case, no matter what state he was in, he could still refine the dimension scroll. Now that he had gotten these two great helpers in place, Ling Han naturally felt steady. 3 days later, Xiao Yingxiong arrived quietly. After a conversation with Ling Han, he left in satisfaction because he received the response that he had hoped for. Another month later, Xiao Yingxiong sent someone to tell Ling Han that everyone had gathered, and they would be setting out at dawn the next day. Ling Han, the Empress, the large black dog, and Wally all arrived at the designated location. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Rose stayed behind in the martial academy. Her strength was not enough, so it was best that she stayed behind to continue cultivating in the martial academy. Little Terror had also stayed behind as protection for her. Of course, Ling Han had also left behind his spatial celestial tool. All the women would improve much faster if they cultivated inside the martial academy. There were many who came. Ji Wuming, Hua Ferong, as well as a great many that Ling Han did not recognize. They should all be disciples of this term, though they came from different realms. The Rain Emperor, Shi Chanzi Jialan, and the others were not qualified. They were all monarch stars, but they were not supreme monarch stars, so their evolution index was only 10, which did not qualify them to be part of this expedition. Xiao Yingxiong, Gu Hei, and Miao Hua were all beings above the level of a monarch star. When he saw the large black dog, Miao Hua immediately humphed coldly. "No pets allowed. Pet your sister, your whole family are pets." The large black dog immediately pounced out, pushing Miao Hua into the ground. "That brat is the pet here, understood?" The large black dog had always been mean. He was clearly a ninth heaven celestial king, yet had never revealed anything of himself. This show of might immediately let everyone know just how incredibly powerful his battle prowess was. So it was a senior. "Please forgive us juniors for the rudeness." Gu Hei immediately played mediator. The large black dog spat at Miao Hua, and only then did he release his paw. Miao Hua almost died with fury. He was a supreme monarch star, but a dog actually spat at his face. But the large black dog's strength was superior to his by who knew how far, so he could only glare helplessly. He swore secretly that when his cultivation level had caught up with the large black dog's, he would definitely get his revenge for this misdeed. Xiao Yingxiong and Gu Hei exchanged a look, both of them frowning slightly. Though they had invited Ling Han, they had not borne him any good intentions. They had planned to kill him in the historical site. However, now that there was this large black dog whose strength was unfathomable, they felt that this was a troublesome matter. It would not be easy for them to make a move. "Has everyone arrived?" a supreme monarch star asked. He was a fifth heaven celestial king, and was not a local of the Flaming Frost realm. His name was Lu Hao, and he had arrived at the Martial Academy long ago, over more than 3 billion years ago. "We're missing one other," Gu Hei said. "Who is it?" another person asked. His name was Luo Yangqiu, and he too was a fifth heaven celestial king. "Haha, am I late?" With a loud shout, a frightening aura surged out. A celestial king flew over from afar, his whole body exuding a terrifying aura, with 9 streaks of peculiar light wrapped around him. A ninth heaven celestial king. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. It was the Imperial Void. Ling Han had an absolutely antagonistic relationship with the line of the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerate, and had prior enmity with the Imperial Void, who had repeatedly targeted him and coveted his secrets. Why was this old geezer here? Very simple. The Imperial Void Celestial King was also presently preparing to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier. Then, the failed example of another Celestial King would have great value as reference for him. In fact, he had greater need of it than Ling Han and his group because he was about to make the breach into the Heavenly Venerable tier, and he had to be extremely cautious. Senior. A ninth Heaven Celestial King had appeared, and even if all of them were Supreme Monarch stars, they had no choice but to bow in greeting. The Imperial Void Celestial King smiled. No need for such formalities. Though he had an advantage in cultivation level at present, if he did not break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier, the people that were here now would soon be able to catch up to him in cultivation level, and it was possible that they would even surpass him because the step into the threshold of the Heavenly Venerable tier was really too hard to take. Just look how long had he been stuck in the ninth heaven of the Celestial King tier? Chapter 2536, Battling Imperial Void. The Imperial Void Celestial King naturally spotted the large black dog as well, and his initial smiling expression immediately faded as his eyes turned harsh as well, filled with killing intent. "Damn dog, you actually dare appear in front of me again." The large black dog's eyes spun around, showing a hint of guilt, but his tongue did not hold back at all. He exclaimed, "Why would Grandpa Dog not dare appear?" The Imperial Void Celestial King moved aggressively. He was a Ninth Heaven Celestial King, so what reservations did he need to have? In fact, among Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings he was also one of the strongest. Aside from a heavenly venerate, just how many people could suppress him? Boom, the large hand descended and even the stars were trembling. He was an absolutely powerful Celestial King. The large black dog's fur stood on ends. He suddenly flashed shockingly quick. Before the large hand landed, he had already run out. Then he stood on his hind legs, pointed at the Imperial Void Celestial King, and declared, "Bratty Imperial Void, Grandpa Dog will not drop to your level so that your master would not come out and make trouble for Grandpa Dog if I make you cry." Everyone was speechless. It was clear that it was the large black dog who did not dare fight the opponent, but he was actually saying such pleasant words. He truly was extremely cunning. However, managing to escape from the hands of the Imperial Void Celestial King, this large black dog's strength was definitely extraordinary as well, and he could not be underestimated. The Imperial Void Celestial King did not make another move. He had long since known that this large black dog was extremely slippery, and was a specialist in the art of escape. Thus, the difficulty level of capturing him was extremely high. It could be claimed that only a heavenly venerate would be able to achieve this feat. "Humph, all of the line of the karmic life heavenly venerable are really such cowards," he declared coldly. Ling Han was displeased now. Coughing lightly, he said, "The brat over there, why do you look so ugly?" The Imperial Void Celestial King was startled. He looked ugly? He was not an extremely dashing young man, but definitely could not be considered ugly. Furthermore, when one had reached a cultivation level that they had, what significance would ugliness or beauty have? What was most important was strength, and strength was the deciding factor in everything else. Hence, this brat had to be deliberately provoking him. A mere third heaven junior actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. This was really laughable. He crossed his hands behind him and said, "Though the Martial Academy has a rule that one cannot attack another who is inferior by more than 2 cultivation levels, you were the one who provoked me first. In that case, there should be no one who would blame me if I gave you a hard beating." Ling Han laughed. "Imperial Void, let's have a battle in the 9 Deaths formation, would you dare?" The Imperial Void Celestial King scoffed, "I am a great 9th Heaven Celestial King, so why should I lower myself and pull myself down to the same level as you? You are just in the 9th Heaven. Whom among those gathered here today could not achieve that? Hence, there is no need to boast about that." Ling Han stated evenly. "If you are so capable, then only one who can win in a battle of equal cultivation level can truly convince others." Xiao Yingxiong and the others all nodded. If anyone among them here today had difficulty even in breaking through to the 9th Heaven, they would not be qualified to enter the Martial Academy. A higher cultivation level only meant that you started on the path of cultivation earlier. What was key was if you would be able to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier. And what kind of person had a higher chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable tier? Of course, it had to be one with a higher evolution index, and also one who was stronger in a battle of equal cultivation level. Dare or not dare? Ling Han continued forcefully. The Imperial Void Celestial King was in a slightly awkward position now. He was used to being high and noble. When he was in the celestial realm, he was completely willful and did whatever he liked, killing whomever he wanted to kill. But this was a different place. Even the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable would have to keep a very low profile here, or he would be easily taught how he was to behave properly at any time. He thought for a while. He himself was a Supreme Monarch star as well, and his evolution index was as high as 11. Furthermore, even if he suppressed his cultivation level, his experience and battle sense would not be affected, so he naturally had a greater advantage in actual battle. Was there any need for him to be afraid? "All right, we will battle," the Imperial Void Celestial King said. Xiao Yingxiong and the others all shook their heads, sighing for the Imperial Void Celestial King. "You still have no idea that this guy is Zhang San or Li Si, right? He has left behind his name on the Eternal Stone, and his rank is as high as 8th place, superior to even Heavenborn. Moreover, he has fought with Xiao Yingxiong just some days ago, and in the end Xiao Yingxiong was horribly defeated." This guy's evolution index should be on the way to 12. Only Xiao Yingxiong knew that Ling Han's evolution index had not reached 12. Instead, it was his body art that was too frightening, allowing his battle prowess to emulate the most freakish level of an evolution index of 12. This was information that he had obtained in exchange for a terrible defeat. He had no plans to share it with anyone else, but rather planned to take the secret of this powerful body art for his own after he defeated Ling Han. He naturally had an ulterior motive for inviting Ling Han on this venture. The Imperial Void Celestial King really did not know who Ling Han was, and just thought that since they were both Supreme Monarch stars, what did he need to fear? The two of them soon arrived in front of the Nine Deaths formation. Ling Han directly chose the third level of the Great Formation and entered. Without the slightest hesitation, the Imperial Void Celestial King followed him as well. In that way, this could be considered a battle at the same tier. He would move mercilessly and give Ling Han a terrible defeat so the latter would suffer the consequences of his actions. Young man, your path is still very long. To fight me? Boom. The Imperial Void Celestial King was about to spout out a few more words when he saw an iron fist was already flying towards him, bringing with it a frightening regulation of fire. Humph. He had no choice but to shut up as his palms rose, meeting Ling Han's strike. The two of them battled fiercely, each using their own powerful techniques. It was extremely intense. The Imperial Void Celestial King was slightly surprised and even more jealous. That was because there were slight signs that Ling Han was overwhelming him. In a battle at the same tier, he was actually inferior to the other party. It should be known that he was a Supreme Monarch star whose evolution index was as high as 11, so who else could be stronger than him? Only one whose evolution index was 12. Though there was not much evidence, if one's evolution index reached 12, he would definitely be able to become a heavenly venerate. For example, Huo Farong. She was this kind of supreme prodigy. However, the Green Flame's heavenly venerate placed a seal on her so she could aim for even higher, and that was why she had appeared in this lifetime. Still, though the three great heavenly venerates had made predictions, they clearly had been deceived by the heaven and earth. Such a great opportunity presented by the celestial path had simply been a trap. This was something irrelevant to the present. Just how many years had the Imperial Void Celestial King been stuck in the Ninth Heaven Celestial King tier? Several epochs. But he had only just vaguely glimpsed hope, and who knew how far he was away from actually breaking through. However, this young man in front of him practically had the potential to rise directly to the heavenly venerable tier, so how could he not feel envious? Becoming a heavenly venerate was his greatest heart's desire, and also the source of his greatest resentment, surpassing all else. Damn it, he cursed internally. With a thought, a green ancient bell immediately appeared above his head. This was his celestial tool, the ancient bell of Qian. Ring. The ancient bell rang by itself, sending out a series of ripples that spread out in all directions. And with the tolling of the bell, even the space inside this great formation was crumbling bit by bit. The might of the celestial tool was astonishingly great. The Imperial Void Celestial King smirked. Young man, your foundations are far from matching me. This ancient bell of Qian was forged by me plucking 17 types of divine metal, which is equivalent to 17 celestial kings attacking at the same time. How can you block this? Who would have greater battle prowess in a battle at the same tier? Celestial tools. What? That was simple. Firstly, they were indestructible, and secondly, they could not be destroyed. How could they not be awesome with these two advantages added together? The ancient bell of Qian was forged from melting 17 different types of divine metal together. Though its sturdiness could not be further improved, and it was the same for its sharpness as well, it was equivalent to having 17 celestial kings attacking at the same time, which was terrifying. The tolling of the bell rang out, destroying space layer by layer, possessing formidable might. Yet Ling Han showed a hint of a smile. Chapter 2537, Thoughts Cleared. Had Ling Han gone mad? Of course not. He was just feeling pleased because the Imperial Void Celestial King said that this bell had been produced from the fusion of 17 different types of divine metal. 17 types? If it was devoured by the Divine Demon Sword, the might of the Divine Demon Sword would definitely be boosted further. If this was another place, Ling Han would definitely be helpless. That was because the ancient bell of Qian was a ninth heaven precious tool. To say nothing of the fact he would not be able to suppress it, its might after automatic revival would be able to easily cause serious injuries to Ling Han. But here, with the suppression of cultivation level, the level of the ancient bell of Qian would have to drop to the third heaven. In a battle of equals, even if there were 17 people on the other side, what would Ling Han have to fear? He laughed and finally activated his body art. Instantly, his battle prowess spiked madly. So what if it was a celestial tool? No matter how strong a celestial tool was, it was still just a tool. It was not a human, and there had to be an upper limit to its strength. It is indeed true that you are the sharpest as well as sturdiest, but battle prowess is not just made up of these two factors. The Imperial Void Celestial King was extremely stunned. Ling Han's battle prowess had suddenly soared at least 4 to 5 times over. Once Ling Han's body art and power of regulation showed their might at the same time, that was definitely not as simple an equation as 1 + 1 = 2, but rather would be soaring 3 times, 5 times, and the like. The Imperial Void paled in shock and finally found out why Ling Han had dared to challenge him. Fuck, was this really a third heaven celestial king? Humph, I possess a celestial tool, so what can you do against me? The Imperial Void Celestial King summoned the ancient bell of Qian back, and it emanated thousands of brilliant rays of light, enshrouding him within this radiance. His meaning was apparent. My battle prowess may be inferior, but my defense is invincible. Just come and try to penetrate my defense. This was very shameless, but it was also very useful. 17 types of divine metal melded together would be equivalent to having 17 celestial kings protecting him together, and added with the Imperial Void Celestial King's own strength, this was a defense that could not be broken through. The Imperial Void Celestial King stood, clasping his hands behind his back. His eyes were set on Ling Han. He had already decided that if he came across the opportunity, he would definitely kill this freakish young man. Is that right? Ling Han smiled slightly, and also summoned the divine demon sword. Shwa, a cold light dazzled abruptly as Ling Han swept out the sword towards the precious chi that had descended from the ancient bell of Qian. Boom. With a loud bang, the precious chi was actually torn apart forcefully. Thankfully, the subsequent precious chi also managed to descend in time, guarding this opening and not allowing Ling Han to take the chance to penetrate through the defenses. The Imperial Void Celestial King was shocked. His precious tool had been forged from a fusion of 17 different divine metals. Though it was impossible that they would truly be fused as one, it was still equivalent to having 17 celestial kings attack at the same time, so was this still not enough? However, this sword of Ling Han's was even more frightening. It had truly fused the might of divine metals together. It was like a third heaven celestial king whose strength had advanced to the fourth heaven through hard cultivation. These were two completely different directions of improvement. With his experience, he immediately cried out and exclaimed, "This is devouring metal. In the whole world, only devouring metal would have this kind of ability." Through devouring various metals that existed in the world, it would raise its own strength, and even break through the limits of divine metal, becoming a precious tool refined by a heavenly venerate. The Imperial Void knew because the sealed emotion heavenly venerable himself had such a precious tool. Was this destiny? The Imperial Void Celestial King's eyes spat fire. The other party's evolution index was 12, and he even possessed the devouring metal. It was as if the heaven and earth were expressing that this was going to be the next heavenly venerate in this manner. He would not submit. What did he lack? He had already cultivated hard for several epochs, and had always stood at the pinnacle of celestial kings. Why was it not he that had obtained such great fortune? Ah! He roared furiously, and the celestial bell swayed and rang, emanating an even stronger wave. The Imperial Void Celestial King's emotions had gone slightly out of control. He was going to burst with even stronger power and then kill Ling Han. Unfortunately, this was the 9 deaths formation, which had been laid out by a heavenly venerate. In fact, it was not just a first or second tier, but rather 5th or 6th tier heavenly venerate. How could the Imperial Void Celestial King possibly break through this formation? Ling Han brandished the sword in a mad series of swipes. Ding 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 wong wong wong. He did not attack the Imperial Void Celestial King, but rather targeted the ancient bell of Qian. That was because he knew that it was impossible to kill the Imperial Void Celestial King. Even if his cultivation level had been suppressed in the formation, there were still heavenly venerates on guard in the Martial Academy. How could they allow him to do as he liked? Then he would take advantage of this. His right hand brandished the sword in a slash, while his left hand curled into a fist that struck again and again on the ancient bell. This was Fists of Fury, and he had recently instilled various kinds of fist intent into it. It had not completely taken form yet, he only had a vague direction. The Imperial Void Celestial King could be considered a rare opponent. Furthermore, Ling Han's grudge towards him was not a light one. This just happened to correspond to the intent realm of Fists of Fury, allowing him to complete this fist technique quicker. With who the Imperial Void Celestial King was, even if his cultivation level had been suppressed, it did not mean that so had his insight. He couldn't help but go mad with fury. This brat actually dared to use him as a sparring partner. Just how far was he looking down on him? He burst with fury and launched a powerful counterattack. The ancient bell of Qian glowed, one seal after another flickering, but they were immediately suppressed by a mysterious power. It could not be helped. This was the 9th Death's formation, and even a 9th Heaven Celestial King would have his cultivation level suppressed to the right level when he entered. Ling Han cleared the idle thoughts out of his mind, and completely focused on using Fists of Fury. He had already instilled various types of fist intent into the Fists of Fury in the last few days, but this was a chaotic medley. Not only did it not increase the might of Fists of Fury, they were instead all out of place. Various fist intents were at conflict with each other. In fact, it was even slightly amusing, as if he was a drunkard that was trying out a fist technique. But Ling Han was completely unconcerned. His mind and heart were clear and could accommodate the entire world. He was going to create a cultivation technique that belonged solely to him. There was no need for technique to be limited to fists, swords, sabers, and so on. When one had reached the height he had, was there any difference? Yes, there was a difference when one used a celestial tool or did not, but aside from this, there was no difference at all. I have a heart that can accommodate the world. My intent realm is this heaven and this earth, this heart that is free of shackles. Ling Han suddenly laughed loudly. The intent realm of Fists of Fury was too limited, causing him to be restricted to the emotion of fury. This was a small path. My path is so that this heaven can no longer cover my eyes, and this ground cannot bury my heart. I am who I am, the one and only me. Ling Han declared internally, and his thoughts immediately cleared. Crack. Even in the 9 Deaths formation, the sound of a heavenly tribulation immediately rang out. Dense clouds rolled out, with lightning flashing in their depths. This was the arrival of a heavenly tribulation. Ling Han shuddered. His enlightenment had actually drawn a heavenly tribulation. Fuck, was there any need to be so exaggerating? However, he understood as well. It was only because this path of his that was still in an infantile stage was quite awesome, which drew envy from even this transcendent dimension, which intended to get rid of him. It should be known that the stronger the dimension, the better they could accommodate others. In this place, even a 7th-tier heavenly venerate would not be struck by lightning the moment they appeared, yet now Ling Han had just formed the bare framework of a kind of Tao in his mind, and he was already targeted by the heaven and earth. This proved just how extraordinary his Tao was. The Imperial Void Celestial King was extremely shocked. This guy was too frightening. His whole body was flashing with the light of Tao. This was comprehension. But he was clearly fighting, and he could still get enlightenment like this. Furthermore, this had actually drawn out a heavenly tribulation. Just how amazing was this? Too dangerous. Just who was this guy? Determination appeared in the eyes of the Imperial Void Celestial King. He had decided to ruin Ling Han's comprehension. He had to. No matter what Ling Han was comprehending, this was too frightening. He definitely could not be allowed to succeed. A purple light appeared from the Imperial Void Celestial King, and his aura was greatly boosted in an instant. This was a secret technique that the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable had created. The Imperial Void had learned it but usually would not use it at all. Why was this? This secret technique was too overbearing. It was based on the cultivation level and physique of a Heavenly Venerate. Even if he was a 9th Heaven Celestial King, he still could not use it freely, and would have to pay an exorbitant price. But this time, just for Ling Han, he did not hesitate to wound himself. Chapter 2538, Completion of Intent Realm. What person that had become a heavenly venerate was not an extraordinary genius that was rare to come by in eras and had walked their own path? The sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable was naturally like this as well. This secret technique he had invented was called the dragonfish technique. The name was not very domineering, but it symbolized how a carp leapt over the dragon's gate, and became a dragon from a mortal one. But the heavenly venerable tier was already the supreme pinnacle, so with another leap over the dragon's gate, just how great would their strength be by then? Unimaginable. Just like how the karmic life heavenly venerable had created the indestructible heaven scroll, this dragonfish technique was a secret technique that belonged to the sealed emotion heavenly venerable. The difference was that the indestructible heaven scroll could be cultivated by a cultivator at different cultivation levels, but the dragonfish technique could not. It was true that there were differences in strength among heavenly venerates, but it did not mean that every heavenly venerate was a good teacher. Once the dragonfish technique was used, the Imperial Void Celestial King's aura changed immediately. His whole body was enshrouded in purple light, exuding a supreme air of dominance as he aggressively pounced out at Ling Han. Clang, the heavenly tribulation also formed accordingly, striking down on Ling Han. The problem was that the Imperial Void Celestial King wasn't the one who had attacked first. In other words, at least in the process of this attack, the heaven and earth would not consider that it was the Imperial Void Celestial King that was interfering in Ling Han's tribulation, and thus would not target him. In this moment, it was equivalent to having two great supreme elites targeting Ling Han at the same time. This attack was too frightening. With the dragonfish technique boosting the Imperial Void Celestial King, his battle prowess had directly soared to the peak stage of the fifth heaven, and the heavenly tribulation this time was also extremely violent and wild, close to the height of the sixth heaven. Ling Han laughed loudly and was actually completely unconcerned. He was still wielding a sword in one hand with his other curled into a fist. He had an invincible heart. He struck out with the sword, meeting the Imperial Void Celestial King's assault, while his left hand was still balled into a fist, punching out at the heavenly tribulation. Boom. A loud bang rang out as Ling Han stumbled backwards a few steps. Yet he was still laughing loudly. His intent realm had actually become even more complete. Wielding fist and sword at the same time, he only felt that he was fighting to his heart's content. His Tao had finally formed a framework and there was no flaw in the structure. So what if it is a heavenly tribulation? I am a world of my own, and I myself am the heaven and earth. Ling Han's enlightenment did not cease. His fist technique was presently advancing in the direction of consummate level, and it was the same for his sword art as well. His Tao did not distinguish between fist or sword technique. They were just a way in which he could display his power. His Tao was founded on the fact that he had a heart to be invincible and willpower to pursue freedom, and formed his own Tao. Boom, the heavenly tribulation raged wildly, but the Imperial Void Celestial King did not make any move, and merely retreated continuously. He did not dare to rashly involve himself in the heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was too frightening, causing a lingering fear to rise up even in him. Once he, too, had to undergo the heavenly tribulation, would he still be able to disrupt Ling Han? However, though he retreated, Ling Han had no plans of letting him go. Ling Han leaped out in pursuit, swinging the divine demon sword in an endless series of attacks. With every sword strike he would suppress the celestial tool as well, thus allowing the divine demon sword to slowly extract some essence, and steal the divine metal in the ancient bell of Qian in this manner. This naturally was a very, very slow process, but it was effective. However, the heavenly tribulation was really extremely frightening. Ling Han sustained injuries, celestial blood spraying out. This was the flaming frost realm after all. The might of the heavenly tribulation was too overbearing, and even Ling Han felt troubled. However, he did not retreat from this kind of intent realm, but rather strengthened his Tao as much as possible. Though he could continue to complete it in the future, this was a sudden enlightenment for him this time, and advancement would undoubtedly be the fastest. If he missed this chance, he could only proceed slow and steady in the future. The forming of a cultivation technique would naturally be an extensive process. The Imperial Void Celestial King was extremely depressed. It was clearly Ling Han who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, yet it was he instead that was being beaten down on. How could there be such a person? The heavenly tribulation was so wild and violent, and he was not undergoing it peacefully, but actually still had to divide his attention. Aren't you afraid that the heavenly tribulation will strike you dead? Logically speaking, undergoing the heavenly tribulation was to be done cautiously, fearing that others would cause disturbance, and thus lead you to a path of no return. As for Ling Han, he took the initiative to attack others. He was practically a weirdo. The Imperial Void had lost his fighting spirit. With the suppression of his cultivation level, there was nothing he could do against Ling Han. What was the point of continuing the fight? When they went out, he could suppress Ling Han with just a single movement, so what need was there for him to fight in such a strained fashion here? However, though he wanted to leave, Ling Han did not allow it. True, Ling Han had not absorbed all of the essence of the ancient bell of Qin, so how could he be willing to let the Imperial Void Celestial King leave? After this time, would the Imperial Void Celestial King still agree to have a fair battle in the Nine Deaths formation with Ling Han? Impossible. Hence, if Ling Han wanted to extract the essence of divine metal from the ancient bell of Qin again, that would have to wait until Ling Han himself had become a Ninth Heaven Celestial King. It would take too long. What are you running for? Our battle hasn't finished yet. Ling Han said. The line of sealed emotion had gone too far. It was rare to come across such a good opportunity, so he naturally would not let the Imperial Void Celestial King go. The Imperial Void Celestial King was speechless. He gritted his teeth, yet still made no move to attack. He could not afford to trifle with this kind of heavenly tribulation. What was more frightening? The heavenly tribulation would not be affected by the Nine Deaths formation, and what would be falling on him would definitely be of the Ninth Heaven, yet his cultivation level had been suppressed by the Great Formation, and was only limited to the Third Heaven. Wasn't that just committing suicide? Precisely because he had thought of this, he was extremely determined not to ever make any move, and merely parried in defense. He would bear it, and after bearing it for one day he would go all out to break through the siege. In the Flaming Frost Realm, the heavenly tribulation would last for a day. Ling Han knew this as well, and a slight smile appeared on his face. If there was a day's time, that would be enough for the divine demon sword to feast to satisfaction. A day passed, and the heavenly tribulation could only disperse helplessly. No matter the dimension, there were rules that had to be adhered to. This was unlike hysteria, which had transformed into a dimension itself, and could simply act willfully. Ah! The Imperial Void Celestial King burst out once more. Using the dragonfish technique, he went all out to break through the siege. At this point, even Ling Han could not block him. After all, the other party was one of the strongest celestial kings in the history of the celestial realm, so his battle prowess was naturally powerful. Ling Han stopped, breaking into a grin. He had truly gained a lot in this battle. Firstly, his Dao heart had finally reached great accomplishment level, and he had formed his own Dao. Secondly, the divine demon sword had extracted at least 70% of the essence of the ancient bell of Qin, and was satiated. Its might had greatly increased. He walked out of the great formation as well, and saw that Xiao Yingxiong and the others were all waiting outside. Meanwhile, the Imperial Void Celestial King had recovered his calm expression. The aura of a Ninth Heaven Celestial King spread out strongly, as if it would go out of control at any moment, and move to inflict injury. The large black dog stood next to Ling Han, and rose on his two hind legs, one paw resting on Ling Han's shoulder, expressing, "This brat is under Grandpa Dog's protection. Who dares to make a move?" The Imperial Void Celestial King frowned. He naturally did not fear the large black dog, but the latter had also been cultivating alongside a heavenly venerate, so how could his battle prowess be underestimated? With him protecting Ling Han, the chances of him succeeding in killing Ling Han were too low, practically close to impossible. Was it really so difficult to kill a Third Heaven Junior? "Let's go," Gu Hui said. They had not entered into the formation and watched the battle, so they could leave some face for both Ling Han and the Imperial Void Celestial King. Otherwise, no matter who lost, they would be embarrassed, and who knew, maybe they could not bear to venture to the historical site together any further. But unlocking the historical site required enough lifeblood of Supreme Monarch stars. What if there weren't enough of them? They set out, and the Imperial Void Celestial King's expression shifted quickly. He was continuously thinking about how he was to kill Ling Han. Ling Han couldn't help but think that he definitely had to have a halo of calamity around him. See, he hadn't revealed his identity at all, but he had still clashed with the Imperial Void Celestial King. They set out, and after 3 years they finally arrived at their destination. It was an eerie valley filled with fog. This fog was extremely poisonous, and even celestial kings would not be able to withstand it for long, and would have to use alchemical pills. Gu Hei and the others had long since made preparations, and distributed the alchemical pills among themselves. Ling Han did not ingest it directly. Instead, he examined it carefully first. With his insight as a 5-star alchemist, he would be able to easily distinguish if there was something off about this alchemical pill. There was no problem. Chapter 2539, Opening the Doors. Ling Han, the Empress and the large black dog all ingested the alchemical pills, but Wally did not need to. He was not an actual living being, so this kind of poison had no effect on him at all. Everyone naturally had their own ways to determine the true nature of alchemical pills. Very quickly they ingested that antidote pill. They continued onwards. There were no other living creatures here. It was a completely barren, desolate place. No one spoke, and with Gu Hei and the others taking the lead, they soon arrived at the end of the valley. There were a set of great doors here embedded in the cliff walls. "Can't we just blast apart the cliff walls directly?" someone asked. Clearly, only the great doors required the lifeblood of supreme monarch stars to open, but how could these cliff walls manage to withstand the great might of multiple celestial kings? Did you think that the power of heavenly venerable tier could be seen just anywhere? Miao Hua shook his head. The ancient site is not constructed inside the mountain itself. These doors are akin to a transference portal, which connects to a separate dimension. Everyone nodded. If so, it couldn't be helped. They could only enter through the doorway. They all walked towards the great doors, and then slit open a finger before they rubbed their blood onto the great doors. As streak after streak of blood appeared on the great doors, peculiar light flickered on the latter, and very soon, it could be seen that the doors were actually becoming transparent. As it turned out, the doors were not opened, but would rather become transparent, and then disappear completely. Every single person had given up some blood, but the great doors still had not completely disappeared. There was still only just a slight layer, merely a slight sliver left. "If there was just a little bit more blood, the doors would disappear," Gu Hui said. "Then I'll contribute a bit more," Lu Hao said. Miao Hua shook his head. "It's useless. A single person can only contribute once. It is the same even if you give up a bigger amount." Everyone thought about it and nodded subsequently. If that had not been the case, there would not have been a need to get so many of them at all. One person could just slowly contribute more and more blood. It was not blood essence after all. "Then what do we do?" Everyone frowned. They had initially thought that there were already enough of them, but it actually turned out that they still needed one more. Just return like this. They were dissatisfied with this, but what could they do? "I think I can be of some help." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was stunned as they all turned, looking towards their right. From behind a massive boulder, a voluptuous, shapely beauty walked out. She was very tall and did not appear inferior to even men. Her fair neck was slender, white as snow, and smooth like the neck of a swan, noble and graceful. And her shapely, well-proportioned figure was very enchanting. With a moon-white skin-tight dress outlining her shape, every single curve was capable of making hearts pound and shake. 5 streaks of peculiar light were wrapped around her, which clearly indicated that she was a fifth heaven celestial king. "Who are you, miss?" Gu Hei asked solemnly. Though this female celestial king was astonishingly beautiful, how could he be enchanted so easily? Most importantly, there was an empress whose beauty reigned supreme over eras here. Having been accustomed to seeing this kind of beauty, would Gu Hei still be enchanted by any other beauty? This female celestial king appeared slightly surprised. She was filled with confidence in her own charisma, but Gu Hei was actually so calm and solemn in front of her, and this was slightly unacceptable to her. However, there was naturally no chance that she would be so obvious, and exhibit all her thoughts on her face. Smiling, she said, "My name is Lu Yufei, and just like all of you, I wish to enter this historical site. I just had not expected that it could only be opened with the lifeblood of so many supreme monarch stars." "How do you know about this place?" Xiao Yingxiong questioned. "Are you a supreme monarch star as well?" Luo Yangqiu asked. Lu Yufei was all smiles. "Let me answer your questions in order. Firstly, I am a supreme monarch star, of course. Otherwise, why would I say that I can be of help to all of you? Secondly, the fact that Lord Hifeng failed to break through to the heavenly venerable tier, and died as a result, is really no big secret. Anyone who wanted to naturally would be able to find clues about this from ancient records, thus deducing the location of his celestial abode. The original owner of this abode was Celestial King Hifeng. Was that all? Everyone exchanged a look. Naturally, they could not possibly trust her so easily. However, there were 2 ninth heaven celestial kings among their group, and the majority of the others were all 6th heaven supreme monarch stars. How could they possibly be afraid of her? I only wish to obtain the great opportunity with everyone. I'm sure that you all would not mind an additional member. After all, opening the great doors would need so many people, and most importantly the priority is to obtain the personal notes of Celestial King Yifeng about his breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable Tier. Everyone would be able to make their own copy, Lu Yufei said very persuasively. These words were indeed very reasonable. Everyone was perfectly capable of copying the notebook of a Celestial King. It was not like other natural treasures, where an additional person would mean a smaller share for the rest. We welcome you. Gu Hui issued an invitation to Lu Yufei on behalf of everyone after he had swept an eye over everyone's expression, and saw that the majority were nodding. Lu Yufei stepped forwards delicately, graceful and enchanting in bearing. If the Empress was not here, she would definitely be filled with a fatal attraction. Even the hearts of celestial kings would pound wildly for her. Unfortunately, her charisma had greatly declined due to being compared with the Empress. She took a second look at the Empress. Even her heart was beating wildly at such exquisite beauty. Arriving at the great doors, she slit open a finger and let out a few drops of blood. Instantly, the great doors that had originally been close to becoming transparent immediately faded completely, revealing an inky black passageway. As expected, she too was a Supreme Monarch star. Everyone was surprised. It was naturally an easy matter for Supreme Monarch stars to enroll in the Martial Academy, but why had this woman not entered the world's paramount Martial Academy? But it was also possible that she was actually also a disciple of the Martial Academy, but had always maintained a low profile, so there were not many that knew of her existence. No one asked anything. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not appropriate to ask such questions so rashly. Let's go. All of them were talented and bold, and they set foot in the passageway one after another. When they had all entered, the great doors solidified again from their previous transparent state, and very quickly regained their original look. 3 days later, a man strode over, 9 streaks of peculiar light wrapped around him. Lu Yufei, do you think that just because you have stolen my token, I will not be able to enter here? This man sneered coldly. I have treated you so well, yet your only goal was the secret teachings and heavenly venerable tier insights of the ancestor of our He clan. I will definitely make you pay a price for your actions. He stretched out a hand and drew a line on his palm. Blood dripped on the great doors. These doors that required the lifeblood of a great many Supreme Monarch stars to open suddenly became transparent and opened easily. I am a descendant of the He clan. By nature, my bloodline can open the doors to this abode. However, this celestial king looked at the dark, eerie passageway. It was like a colossal mouth that would devour every single person that entered. It's about time. Though Ancestor has passed away, he had other arrangements in place. He used his blood essence to nurture the United Origin Manifestation Fruit, and only with the Celestial King blood of over a dozen Supreme Monarch stars to irrigate it could it ripen completely. Lu Yufei, you thought that you had hoaxed me into revealing the information regarding the United Origin Manifestation Fruit, yet had completely no idea that this was my deliberate test for you as well. If you had been completely sincere towards me, I naturally would not have treated you unfairly, yet you chose to betray me. In that case, you should contribute all your blood essence and help me to take that final step then. This is the treasure of our He clan, and only the He clan can obtain such a great opportunity. No one can possibly take it away from me. This celestial king strode out, entering into the passageway. Behind him, the great doors closed back up again. One after another, streaks of blood flowed, and actually just happened to form the image of a demonic face, which was baring its mouth in a chilling, terrifying grin. Chapter 2540, Truth and Falsehood. Ling Han and the others strode onwards, and as they progressed, their surroundings became brighter. It was not the kind of brightness that came with daytime, but rather one that made it seem like they were strolling among the stars. In the distance, there would be stars twinkling, emanating a weak starlight. Though it was weak, it was enough to illuminate the space because there were a great many of them. They wanted to walk to either side, but discovered that they were still within a single passage, and could not walk in separate directions. That starlight was all merely an illusion. They raised their heads and there were stars. Looking down, there were still stars. It was extremely easy to lose their sense of direction in this place. If it were not for the fact that they would meet a wall on either side, they might really not know where they were supposed to go after spending a period of time walking. No one spoke. All of them were very cautious. Though there wasn't any danger now, who would believe that there was no killing intent inside an ancient site? Even the Imperial Void Celestial King did not dare to be careless. Though he stood at the pinnacle of the Celestial King tier, and could be ranked in the top 3 in the Celestial Realm, this was the Flaming Frost Realm. There was definitely no small number of Celestial Kings that could be his equal or even surpass him. Moreover, it was said that He Feng had already been qualified to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier all those years ago, so he definitely had to have been stronger than him. Now, while this ancient site Celestial King had indeed died, the traps that he had left behind definitely could not be underestimated either. As the saying went, be careful and you can live long. He would rather accept a false alarm than suffer a serious setback as a result of a careless mistake. Similarly, the large black dog maintained a state of readiness to move at any moment. His battle prowess was inferior to the Imperial Void Celestial King's, but he was more sensitive to danger. This was an ability that he had developed from being a thief. This damn dog furrowed his brow and murmured softly, Grandpa Dog has a feeling of foreboding. Don't jinx us. Ling Han shook his head, but his concentration was also on high alert. The large black dog said that he felt that there was something off, and that definitely was not because he was a coward. It definitely had to be because he sensed something. Wally will leave it to you. Both Ling Han and the large black dog pushed Wally ahead of them. This guy was the product created after several hundred epochs of accumulation of a whole dimension. Though he was not proficient in battle, he was practically immortal. That was because he could fuse and recover just like divine metal, though he was far from being as hard and sturdy as divine metal. Hence he was a very good meat shield. Wally was confused. Why are you two hiding behind me? I am not made for battle. Ling Han and the large black dog both grinned and made no reply. As they continued onwards, a great beast suddenly raced towards them from ahead. At first, none of them took it to heart and thought that this too was an illusion. That was because this great beast was racing towards them from a boundless distance ahead of them. But as it came nearer and nearer, everyone was stunned. This great beast was completely wrapped in starlight, and exuded an intense light. The air of violence was practically right in their faces, yet it did not seem false. The great beast looked like a tiger, but its body was covered with glowing little bumps, looking extremely disgusting. It carried a murderous aura and pounced towards them. Everyone couldn't help but move to block this incoming assault, but after an exchange they realized that this was indeed an illusion. It was only a light effect, but it was extremely realistic. They couldn't help but laugh at themselves. They were a group of celestial kings and all of them were supreme monarch stars at that, yet they were actually deceived by an illusion. In just a short while, another great beast pounced towards them from the distance in the stars. It launched an attack at them, but it was still just an illusion and also brought them a false alarm. The third great beast appeared right on the heels of the second. Everyone had gotten an empty scare twice in a row, so they were slightly off guard, but when this great beast pounced towards them, their expressions changed slightly. This time it was real. Humph. The Imperial Void Celestial King humphed, 2 gusts of air that turned into an endless ripple bursting from his nostrils. With it, boom, this great beast was shattered. Truth and falsehood, it is really hard to grasp, Luo Yanqiu said. However, the battle prowess is only that, Miao Hua said proudly. We cannot be careless. Who knows, there may be even stronger creatures, Gu Hui warned. They advanced and the great beasts appeared continuously. There were real beasts and there were false ones as well. The Imperial Void Celestial King did not interfere every time. He was not the bodyguard for these people, so he naturally did not have this kind of duty. However, they were also strong enough, and the great beast here only had the battle prowess of a 5th heaven Celestial King. They were very strong, but this was still not enough to pose too great a threat to them. Of course, the fact that they were real at some times and fake at others still caused their minds to become tense subconsciously. That was because even 9th heaven Celestial Kings would not dare to allow 5th heaven Celestial Kings to attack them fiercely while they themselves were completely unguarded. Aside from Wally and Heavenborn, if Ling Han could improve the level of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, he too would have this kind of ability. After traveling for 3 days, even the Imperial Void Celestial King showed a sliver of weariness. This was not because their source power had been greatly exhausted, but rather due to emotional anxiety. Just how long would this situation continue? They could only defend themselves and could not actively attack. This was a situation that prodigies like them had never encountered, which made them extremely displeased and also affected their emotions. However, there seemed to be no end to this passageway. Another few days later, there was still not the slightest sign that they were about to walk out of the passage. Was this a labyrinth? Ling Han and the large black dog both looked towards Wally. In terms of analysis and calculation, there was no one who could claim first place if he claimed he was second. Wally looked at them in confusion, his expression completely dazed. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Have we walked around in circles? Ling Han asked. At certain times Wally was extremely dumb. Wally immediately answered, so far we have walked over a total of 13 nodal joints in space, and according to my deductions the chances that we have walked in circles is 31%, but whether we have or have not still requires further observation to determine. Is there any way to find the right path? Ling Han asked. More observation is necessary. Wally still repeated the same words. Then there was nothing that could be done. They could only walk around further. Ling Han thought for a moment and asked, is there any way to determine whether those great beasts are real or fake in advance? Yes. Wally nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Han sighed. You people never asked. Wally's expression was completely innocent. Moreover, I thought that you all were deliberately training yourselves in a certain area. Forget it. Just tell me how to tell if these great beasts are real or fake. Ling Han decided not to argue with him for now. Wally did not speak, but rather released a halo of green light from his body. This light radiated in all directions as a circular wave. A great beast just so happened to assault them. The wave swept over it and nothing happened. This is fake, Wally said. True enough, the great beast pounced on them but immediately disappeared thereafter. Everyone was surprised and looked towards Wally. The reason why they had initially agreed to have Wally come with them was because of Ling Han's strong insistence. Otherwise, what was the point of someone who was not a Supreme Monarch star coming? However, now that Wally had shown his skill, this immediately garnered him a new respect from them. What ability is this? Everyone was curious. Wally was calm and unperturbed, explaining, the way you all determine the strength of a living being is through their aura. As for whether it is a living being, you judge based on their flame of life. However, all this can be faked. I am different. What I use is the wave of life, which can determine if it is a living creature more accurately, and can judge its strength as well. Everyone didn't really quite understand. What do you mean by you all? Could it be that you are different from us? You are a war soldier, correct? Lu Yufei asked suddenly. Chapter 2541, Wally's Counter. Ling Han did not manage to stop him in time. Wally nodded and replied, yes. This guy did not know how to lie at all. Everyone cried out in surprise. Though they knew that there were some dimensions that were proficient in technology, and had indeed seen war soldiers before, this was truly the first time they had seen one as human as Wally. Lu Yufei's eyes shone strangely, and she stared at Wally for a while before finally withdrawing her gaze. This little chit is no simple character, and definitely has ulterior motives, the large black dog whispered next to Ling Han's ear. Ling Han nodded. The timing of Lu Yufei's appearance was too coincidental. She had come earlier, but this should also have been her first time here. Furthermore, the information she had grasped was inaccurate, as she did not know that the great doors could only be opened with the use of lifeblood from a great many Supreme Monarch stars. Perhaps she had been just about to leave when she discovered Ling Han and the others. Otherwise, with how dense the poisonous fog was outside, how could she have so many antidote pills? At least, Ling Han previously had not known that this historical site had belonged to Celestial King Hifeng, yet Lu Yufei had revealed this quickly. The information she had gained definitely was superior to what Ling Han knew. In fact, it might be that she had even more information than Xiao Yingxiong and the others. Wally continuously released waves of green. They were extremely rhythmical as they reverberated into the distance. A great beast appeared, but when the wave swept over it, a clear disruption appeared. This is real, Wally said. He was always serious in his actions. Since he said that he would determine the authenticity of these great beasts, he would definitely execute this action with 100% effort. He would not bother about what others thought at all. When the great beast approached, everyone made their move. Boom! This great beast was instantly blasted into bits. It was indeed real. At this, everyone no longer had any more doubts about Wally's ability. Aren't war soldiers machines made for war? Su Huan asked. This was also a Supreme Monarch star, whose cultivation level had even reached 6th heaven. Wally explained, I am not made for battle but rather for analysis. Ling Han quickly changed the topic. Wally could not hide any secrets at all. He would answer anything he was asked. If they found out more about Wally's abilities, they would probably bear malicious intentions towards him. In fact, they might even find out that the robbery of Heavenborn's abode was their doing. The large black dog also had the same thought. He directly used a paw to cover Wally's mouth. Is there something that cannot be known to others? The Imperial Void Celestial King asked calmly. He reached out a hand to grab the large black dog. How could the move of a ninth heaven Celestial King be anything ordinary? The large black dog roared in fury. Imperial Void Boy, do you think that Grandpa Dog is afraid of you? He opened his mouth and spat out a shadowy light. There were boundless seals flickering in this light, causing a cold chill to grip at everyone's heart. This light was too terrifying. Yet the Imperial Void Celestial King was unafraid. They had both originated from the Celestial Realm, and he was already one of the strongest existences within the ninth heaven Celestial King tier in the Celestial Realm. Boundless starlight flickered in his giant hand as if it too had become a great beast. Boom, boom, boom. After a few exchanges, the large black dog was forced to retreat. There was still a slight gap in strength between him and the Imperial Void Celestial King. Since you are an analysis-type war soldier, then help me take a look. What am I lacking that is causing my inability to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier? The Imperial Void Celestial King asked Wally. Actually, he did not have much high expectations. The other was not a Heavenly Venerate, so how could he possibly give him any guidance? Yet Wally surveyed him and answered, "Payment is required." The Imperial Void Celestial King laughed in spite of himself. "You really think that you can help me?" Wally nodded. "At least I can point out your shortcomings." The Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't help but be tempted. He did not fear that Wally would deceive him, as he would be able to easily suppress the latter. He nodded slowly. "What do you want?" "Divine metal, dimension scrolls, or the like," Wally answered casually. The Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't help a twitch of his lips. And he said, "Or the like?" This was divine metal. There was not much even in an entire dimension, especially after heavenly venerates had appeared. It would all be taken to improve their devouring metal, so just how much divine metal would there be left after everything? Even if he was a ninth heaven Celestial King, he had just obtained 17 pieces of divine metal himself. As for Dimension Scroll, even he did not know what that was. "A piece of divine metal in exchange for a single question," Wally continued. Since this involved Heavenly Venerable tier, the value was too high. He naturally had to hike up his price. Though the Imperial Void Celestial King was tempted, he did not have any divine metal on him. Could it be that he would have to shatter the ancient bell of Qian and give a piece to Wally? Still, if the method to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier could be obtained from Wally, then the ancient bell of Qian would no longer be important to him, so what did it matter if he had to surrender it? All right. He took out the ancient bell of Qian and threw it over to Wally. "This is my precious tool, and is forged from a total of 17 divine metal pieces fused together. As long as your answer can satisfy me, I can give it to you. However, if you dare to deceive me, then do not blame me for being violent." Wally was completely unconcerned. His eyes only glowed green, and scanned over the ancient bell of Qian. Immediately he shook his head. This divine metal is not pure enough, and has pitifully little essence. At most, it can only be considered the equivalent of 5 pieces of divine metal. The Imperial Void Celestial King was stunned. Not pure enough? How was that possible? It was he himself that had melted these 17 pieces of divine metal, so how could he not know if they were pure or impure? Furthermore, how could impure divine metal possibly possess such great might? Wasn't that just a joke? "As expected, you are lying to me," he declared menacingly. He knew it. How could a mere war soldier possibly know how to break through to the Heavenly Venerable tier? He was just trying to scam him. Ling Han was secretly guilty. He naturally knew what was going on here. It was because he had previously used the Divine Demon Sword to extract the essence of divine metal inside the ancient bell of Qian, and that was why the ancient bell of Qian had now become impure. If the Imperial Void Celestial King knew this, he would probably go all out and fight him. The Imperial Void Celestial King lashed out, and delivered a palm strike at Wally. This was only a war soldier, so what if he killed him? Even if this was known to the Martial Academy, there was nothing he had to fear. It was different if he wanted to kill Ling Han or any other person, as he would have to kill the others to prevent them from leaking the secret. Otherwise, as long as even one of them returned and reported this to the Martial Academy, then even if the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable spoke up on his behalf, it would be useless. He would definitely have to pay the price with his life. Nothing would be accomplished without rules, and no one was an exception to this. He naturally did not know that Wally was actually also a disciple of the Martial Academy. This was arranged by Heavenly Venerate Zhou Heng. Otherwise, he would have done some serious thinking before he made a move. With how terrifying a Ninth Heaven Celestial King was, when the blow landed, Wally was instantly crushed into bits. Ling Han, the large black dog, and the Empress made no move to interfere. They knew that Wally's vitality was incredibly strong. Previously, he had already been destroyed by the large black dog once before, and hadn't he still recovered from that in the end? As the product of several hundred epochs of hard work of a whole dimension, how could he be so easily destroyed? Humph! The Imperial Void Celestial King sneered coldly, and swept aside his sleeves. He even swept a menacing look over Ling Han and the large black dog, his warning obvious. This was the consequence of having caused him displeasure. Ha! Ah! Ah! But Xiao Yingxiong and the others immediately exclaimed in shock, and saw that those bits of Wally seemed to have gained a life of their own, and were gathering in the same direction. Then they fused together, turning into a massive sphere which then grew arms, legs and a head. In just the blink of the eye, Wally reappeared again. Seeing this scene, even the Imperial Void Celestial King was stunned. He definitely had not expected that a person that he had personally killed could actually still come back to life. Wally stared at the Imperial Void Celestial King. Red light burst from his eyes. This power that was filled with destruction and had incredible, extraordinary speed instantly swept onto the Imperial Void Celestial King. Ugh! The Imperial Void Celestial King released a muffled groan. Chapter 2542, Old Suspicions. A dead man had come back to life and burst forth in attack. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King could not have imagined such a thing happening, and added with the red light being too fast, even he had been hit. 2 rays of light landed on his chest and dense smoke instantly arose. The Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't help but retreat continuously. Looking down, he saw that 2 holes had been burnt into the fabric of his clothing, and there were 2 scorched holes on his stomach, penetrating straight into his abdomen, and almost creating 2 holes that could see through to the other side. Gods! He looked towards Wally, and killing intent instantly blazed within him. Die! He moved once again. Boom! The angry strike of a Ninth Heaven Celestial King was extremely terrifying, and Wally immediately crumbled once more. However, the countless pieces fused back again, and Wally's revival was close at hand. Again? The Imperial Void Celestial King sneered coldly, and followed up with another attack. Peng! Wally, who was still fusing back together, involuntarily exploded into bits again. The Imperial Void Celestial King attacked again and again, and destroyed Wally before the latter had managed to fuse back into human form repeatedly. But if Wally could be dealt with so easily, he would not have been qualified to become the pride of a whole dimension. The broken bits no longer gathered in a single direction, but rather 10 different directions. This was something that even the Imperial Void Celestial King had not expected. Though he had instantly moved to destroy 7 of them, there were still 3 that transformed successfully, forming 3 miniature Wallace, who shot out red rays of light from their eyes at the same time. The Imperial Void Celestial King dodged, but the path that he had dodged on was actually anticipated by Wally. Only a single blast missed him, while the other 2 blasts landed squarely on him. Ugh! Even the Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't help but cry out in pain. He was furious, and boundless celestial light exploded from him. Peng! The 3 mini Wallace were instantly shattered into bits. However, subsequently, 100 miniature Wallace formed at the same time, and every single Wally was extremely far apart. Even a Ninth Heaven Celestial King could not possibly destroy them all in a single stroke. Shio. Red lights flashed madly, and even the Imperial Void Celestial King did not dare to be careless. He had to go all out to deal with these attacks. Wally's strength seems to have considerably increased, Ling Han said to the large black dog. The large black dog nodded. His recovery speed has considerably increased, and his attack power has also become stronger many times over. Even I have to exert some effort in order to suppress him. This damn dog was really such a boaster. It should be known that he was slightly inferior compared to the Imperial Void Celestial King, and now even the Imperial Void Celestial King was in such poor condition. If it was this damn dog in his place instead, he would definitely be at an even greater disadvantage. Ling Han laughed. This guy has already refined the Dimension Scroll for over 1 million years, so it would be strange if there was no large boost to his strength. The Dimension Scroll could allow a mortal to make the leap to the Heavenly Venerable tier, though this kind of Heavenly Venerate could only be considered the representative of the Heaven and Earth. The Heaven and Earth could withdraw his power at any time, but as long as he was still within this cultivation level, his power would be genuinely at the Heavenly Venerable tier. Wally said he would need 100 million years to fully refine this Dimension Scroll, and now over 1 million years had passed, so no matter what, he had to have refined at least 1% by now. Was 1% of power of a Heavenly Venerate not awesome enough, and not enough to cause trouble for a 9th Heaven Celestial King? Of course, Wally definitely could not absorb all this power completely, but even if he only possessed 1,000th or 10,000th of the full power of a Heavenly Venerate, he could still pose a threat for a 9th Heaven Celestial King. You see, Wally's defenses were indeed not strong and could be easily destroyed by a Celestial King, but his attack was similarly amazing, and even the Imperial Void Celestial King could not withstand it completely. Added with his recovery ability, what Celestial King would not be troubled? Even when the Imperial Void Celestial King was fighting with Ji Wuming in his last life, it was not as straining as fighting with Wally now. From a certain aspect, Wally was the same as Heavenborn. They both possessed frightening recovery ability, and even a 9th Heaven Celestial King was helpless against that. What Dimension Scroll? The large black dog asked. He still did not know that there was something as valuable as this. Ling Han gave a simple explanation, and the large black dog's eyes immediately shone. Quick, show it to me. Don't cause trouble. Ling Han naturally could not agree. If he lent it to the large black dog, that really would be just like throwing a meat bun to a hungry dog. He would never get it back. The large black dog looked at Wally enviously and mumbled, "Should I venture to that dimension and modify myself into a war dog?" Ling Han rolled his eyes at him. The Imperial Void Celestial King was still battling Wally. Outwardly, he was completely enjoying the upper hand and had destroyed Wally who knew how many times by now, but no matter how many times Wally had been destroyed, he was still able to rapidly reform and was completely uninjured. Furthermore, Wally's attacks could not be underestimated either, bringing injuries that weren't too light to the Imperial Void Celestial King as well. Now, the Imperial Void Celestial King very much wanted to call a ceasefire, but it was he who had started this battle, and he could not bring himself to stop it. Xiao Yingxiong and the others naturally could see this clearly, and they all rushed to play mediator, offering the Imperial Void Celestial King a way out. The battle stopped, and the Imperial Void Celestial King was angry. He felt even his face was slightly flushed and felt like exploding. In the battle with Ling Han just a few days ago, he had been terribly defeated with a great disadvantage. At that time he still had an excuse. It was because the 9 Deaths formation had restricted his cultivation level, and that granted Ling Han an opening to take advantage of. But now, he was in his prime condition, but not only could he not do anything to Wally, he was hurting from the blast that Wally had shot at him. This was truly embarrassing. He couldn't bring himself to speak. His face dark, he kept silent on the sidelines, only filled with a greater yearning to become a Heavenly Venerate. Only after becoming a Heavenly Venerate could he truly escape the control of the heaven and earth, surpassing regulations. Otherwise he would still be restrained by regulations. Take Heavenborn and Wally for example. The reason why they could not be killed was because their defense and recovery ability were at the pinnacle of regulations, and only a Heavenly Venerate could deal with this. Wally was still expressionless. Though he had caused extreme exasperation and gloom for a 9th Heaven Celestial King, he still showed no hint of pride. Xiao Yingxiong and the others were all stunned. Naturally, they now had a considerably higher opinion of Wally again. This guy's level of freakishness could compare to Heavenborn's. A strange thought suddenly came to Ling Han. If Wally were to fight with Heavenborn, what would be the outcome? There would probably be no outcome even if they fought until the end of time, the large black dog answered, and then changed the topic abruptly. Brat, we have to quickly cultivate the indestructible Heaven Scroll to its peak stage, or we could be surpassed by others in the area of physique. You have also cultivated the indestructible heavens scroll? Ling Han was surprised. Of course, I have started cultivating it much earlier than you have, the large black dog declared proudly. It was just that previously my bloodline was not suitable for it, so my accomplishments in the indestructible heavens scroll were limited. Later, though I was forced to undergo a great rebirth, I have also obtained a drop of blood essence of the heavenly venerate as my base. Thus, there isn't any difficulty at all in my cultivation of the indestructible heavens scroll now. He paused. Now that we're on it, Grandpa Dog can be considered your ancestor. Get lost. Ling Han felt like giving him the middle finger, but he immediately cried out in surprise. Then why is my bloodline suitable? There was something that was very strange. Why had the Black Tower found him? It should be known that he was only very awesome in the area of alchemy, and it was not just a little bit awesome, but his natural talent in cultivation was not outstanding, and he couldn't even compare to the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. Fool. The large black dog scoffed. That is because you possess the bloodline of the karmic life heavenly venerable. Impossible. Ling Han was stunned. Could it be that he was a descendant of Yi Yun? Idiot. The large black dog shook his head. Could it be that Lord Heavenly Venerate has no cousins or the sort? Though there is still some distance, there is still a bloodline resonance. Otherwise, why do you think the Tower of Three Realms just happened to fly into your small world? Ling Han nodded. That small world has already gone into the ancient realm through opening the sky previously, and then became a small world again. Could it be that this is the doing of the Tower of Three Realms? What else could it be then? The large black dog countered. But why did it happen only after several epochs? Ling Han continued to ask. Nonsense. The Tower of Three Realms was severely injured in the first place, and turning the lower realm back into a small world to avoid the divine sense of heavenly venerates had already exhausted all its power. It could only slowly recover its power. Afterwards, you just happened to find it, and that was why it fused with you, the large black dog said seriously. Chapter 2543, United Origin Manifestation Fruit. Ling Han had a strange expression on his face. In other words, if it hadn't been me, but rather another person that had the same bloodline as I do that had encountered the Tower of Three Realms, it would also have recognized him as its master. Put this way, it was like all his effort was completely overlooked, and it all came down to sheer good luck instead. You can't say that. The large black dog patted Ling Han's shoulder. A precious tool itself is only an exterior object. Perhaps, if another person had obtained the Tower of Three Realms, he, too, would have been able to change his destiny, and rise up to become an overlord. However, Grandpa Dog can be certain that it is absolutely impossible that this person could have achieved what you have achieved now. He said seriously, at the height that you are now, you are already no weaker than the Lord Heavenly Venerate had once been. In fact, you have surpassed him. The Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable's evolution index had only been 11, and he had only just taken that last step after reaching the 9th Heaven Celestial King tier after countless years. And Ling Han's evolution index was close to 12. As long as he truly reached that level, he would definitely be able to become a Heavenly Venerate himself. Another example was Farong. In this aspect, Ling Han had already surpassed the Karmic Life Heavenly Venerable. Ling Han nodded slowly. That slight bit of confusion immediately dispersed. Indeed, his rising was due in part to good luck, but in truth, what Supreme Elite's rise did not have an element of luck to it. But to climb to that highest pinnacle, one could only depend on one's own effort. For example, Ling Han had already formed his own Dao now, and his intent realm was close to consummate level. As long as he had enough time, he would gradually reach consummate level, and truly walk a path that was uniquely his own. This was his own effort and had nothing to do with the Black Tower. The group continued onwards. Wally continued to release ripples of green, which could effectively determine whether the great beasts attacking were real or fake. Furthermore, with Wally's calculations, they soon found the right path. Every time they passed a nodal joint in the space, there was actually a crossroads in the passageway. But real crossroads were the same as false crossroads and vice versa, so if it were not for the fact that they had a guy who was an analysis freak like Wally with them, no one would have noticed at all. More than a dozen days later, they finally walked out of this passageway. A bright sky appeared ahead of them. There was a blazing sun shining brightly with sunlight dazzling. Everyone was invigorated. After being trapped in this passageway for so many days, they had finally seen the light of day again, which caused them to feel an indescribable feeling of ease. Strange. They looked up and they were all surprised. Because there was a brightness here, but the sky not far away from them was still inky dark. There was a wild storm raging in the sky that was connected to the other side, and there were fiery flames further ahead, and lightning flashed furiously. Upon counting, there were exactly 9 different extreme weather conditions. 9 completely different environments, and there just happened to be 9 heavens and celestial king tier. Does this symbolize something? Ling Han asked. Lu Yufei answered, this is just a coincidence. It is because only with the combination of these 9 environments can the United Origin Manifestation Fruit be nurtured. United Origin Manifestation Fruit? Everyone was surprised. What was this now? Lu Yufei continued, I read about it in an ancient book. This United Origin Manifestation Fruit is nurtured with the blood essence of a 9th heaven celestial king upon his death, and he would lay out the 9th heaven star's formation. Through countless years of growth, it would finally ripen. Everyone exchanged looks. They had read through a lot of books themselves, but why have they never heard of such a thing? What is the use of the United Origin Manifestation Fruit? Lu Hao asked. The fruit of cultivation of a whole lifetime of a 9th heaven celestial king. Lu Yufei said slowly. And celestial king He Feng was qualified to break through to the heavenly venerable tier, so his fruit of cultivation would be amazing. Without me explaining, I'm sure you all can guess some part about it, right? Everyone's heart throbbed wildly. Even if they all could attain 9th heaven without any obstruction at all, that needed time after all. Furthermore, it was not just 1 or 2 years but rather tens of billions of years. This was too long. But with a single United Origin Manifestation Fruit, they could directly advance to the 9th heaven, so how much time could this save them? Moreover, they would also be granted a peek into a sliver of the profound secrets of advancing into the heavenly venerable tier, and that was what was the most important. It was even better than the man's personal notes and insights. And you are telling us so generously? Huo Furong asked gravely. Lu Yufei smiled slightly. Firstly, without the cooperation of everyone, none of us would be able to close this 9 heaven stars formation, so what need is there to speak of retrieving it? Secondly, as far as I know, there is not just a single United Origin Manifestation Fruit. There is enough of it to be shared among all of us. Could she be trusted? Everyone had this question in their minds, but Lu Yufei was only a 5th heaven celestial king after all. Even if she was a supreme monarch star, so what? They did not fear that she would become violent with them at all. Since that is the case, we should all work together for the sake of the celestial fruit, Xiao Yingxiong said. Lu Yufei smiled slightly and said, so please work with me everyone. Regarding the situation here, I am sure that I know more than all of you. Everyone nodded. They advanced. The environment in this area was the most normal. There was no wind or rain, just the bright sun blazing, improving their moods as well. Be careful. Though this area does not carry any killing intent, the danger level here would not be much less than in any other place, Lu Yufei warned. As if trying to confirm her words, images of light flashed ahead of them, forming 2 human figures. They were entirely made up of rays of light. Xiao, a light figure, attacked them first, shooting out a blast of light that swept towards them. It was extremely fast, but not as fast as Wally, allowing everyone enough time to stretch out a hand and lay out a defense in front of them. Instantly, the ray of light was sliced into nothing. So weak? Everyone asked. When the words fell, they all laughed in spite of themselves. When they saw the ray of light, they inevitably thought about Wally. However, could any light attack be comparable to Wally's attack? Huo Furong leaped out and struck out with her right hand, slicing out a wave of flames. Pu Piu? The 2 light figures were instantly cut in half, and a bizarre scene appeared. After the flames had sliced past them, their bodies stuck back together again. They are indeed not so ordinary, everyone said. For better or worse, this was what a 9th heaven celestial king had laid out, and he was close to touching the heavenly venerable tier at that, so there was no way it could possibly be so simple. Xiao xiao xiao. Rays of light shot out rapidly. Everyone leaped apart as they attacked endlessly. The 3rd light figure appeared, and then it was the 4th, the 5th, and so on. There were more and more of them, and this brought tremendous pressure to all of them. When numbers had broken through a certain limit, it would result in a qualitative change. Of course, this was also because the light figures themselves were very strong, and had roughly reached the fourth heaven celestial king tier. Otherwise, no matter how many of them there was no way it could lead to a qualitative change. The number of light figures were endless, and after their numbers had surpassed 1,000, everyone felt excessive pressure. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King was frowning slightly. Though he could defend himself very steadily now, if this number continued to increase further and reach 2,000, 10,000 or even 100,000, then even if he was the strongest in all eternity, he would not be able to last long. We can't just defend ourselves passively. We must destroy the formation I. Follow me. Lu Yufei shouted, "Please open the way for us, Ninth Heaven seniors." Neither the Imperial Void Celestial King nor the large black dog refused. Now was not the time for personal grudges. The two great elites opened the path ahead, and the group advanced. Naturally, they were moving like a hot knife through butter, but the further they advanced, the more of these light figures there were, which caused their progress to slow down inevitably. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King had no choice but to summon the ancient bell of Qian, and toll out terrifying sound waves, which shattered these light figures. He did not know if it was just a misconception, but he felt like the might of the ancient bell of Qian had declined greatly. Chapter 2544, Destroying a Formation I. But the battle situation was tense now, so the Imperial Void Celestial King did not give it much thought. He merely charged forward strongly. This was a small world that was created with the majestic might of a celestial king, but the area it covered was not the slightest bit small. They traveled for 3 days and still had not reached the end. Judging by the situation of the skies, the whole small world was like a cake that had been cut into 9 slices. It was large on the outside but small on the inside, and the 9 areas were gathered in one place. And the group were advancing towards this central area. "There are still about 2 days left to travel," everyone said, panting. Though the end was within sight, the light figures were really too numerous, so every step forwards for them had to be taken through endless slaughter, and their speed naturally slowed down to the extreme. They did not say anything to cheer themselves on. If celestial kings and supreme monarch stars did not even have this little bit of determination, what right would they have to walk to this step? And how could they talk of becoming a heavenly venerate? Every single one of them was gritting their teeth as they forged on. 2 days later they had finally charged to the end of this area, the center of this whole world. There was a stone tablet here and was covered with complex vein patterns. "We rub our blood on it and it can unravel this formation," Lu Yufei said. Dripping blood again? A thought suddenly arose in Ling Han's mind. Because in the last section of the Celestial Path, it was also said that a great opportunity that had never appeared in eras would be appearing. And in the end? Countless celestial kings had died, yet the result was the creation of a monster like Heavenborn. Would this be a trap as well? What being that was qualified to break through to the heavenly venerable tier was not a supreme anti-hero? How could it be that he had not left a way out for himself? Both Ji Wuming and Hua Ferong had the same expression. They were both people who had experienced that battle. But Xiao Yingxiong and the others did not have this kind of wariness. They stepped up and rubbed blood onto the stone tablet respectively, causing a majestic light to burst from this stone tablet. Still not enough. Every single person has to drip some blood, just like opening the great doors, Lu Yufei urged. Though Ling Han, the Empress, Ji Wuming and the others were reluctant, the pressure was really too heavy now, so they had no other choice. Otherwise they could only retreat out of this place. They slit open a finger each and rubbed their blood on the tablet. The stone tablet became brighter and brighter, and when lastly the Empress also rubbed blood on it, an incredibly brilliant pillar of light instantly burst into the skies. And at the same moment all the light figures disappeared as if they had never existed. Everyone sighed in relief. With the continuous battle they were all filled with weariness. They all sat down for a rest, trying to recover to their prime condition as quickly as possible. Though the Imperial Void Celestial King was the vanguard, 9th Heaven Celestial Kings were too strong. He and the large black dog were the first to recover. Then he took out the ancient bell of Qian and studied it endlessly. His expression changed drastically. That was because the ancient bell of Qian seemed to have sustained massive damage. He could clearly feel that the might of the divine metal was no longer as majestic as before. What's going on? A thought came to the Imperial Void Celestial King, and he suddenly set his eyes on Ling Han. He instinctively thought that this had to be linked to Ling Han because the celestial tool that the latter possessed was forged from devouring metal. He immediately stood up and shouted at Ling Han, "Was it you? Ninth Heaven celestial kings would do as they willed, and there was no need for any reservations." Ling Han dug a finger in his ear and ignored him. "Imperial Void, this is Grandpa Dog's little brother. You can talk to Grandpa Dog about anything." The large black dog immediately jumped out. At this time only he could stand against the Imperial Void celestial king. The Imperial Void celestial king instinctively wanted to flip out, yet suddenly suppressed his anger. The priority now was to obtain the United Origin Manifestation Fruit. If he could become a Heavenly Venerate, everything else could be given up. Though it was still uncertain, they were sure that the remaining 8 areas would need everyone's fresh blood to activate the stone tablet. Hence, this was not the time to become hostile. Being able to become a 9th Heaven Celestial King, the Imperial Void Celestial King naturally had no lack of patience. He sat back down, appearing very calm, relaxed, and completely unconcerned. "Can we directly go to the next area from here?" If they walked from here, the end of the 2 areas next to them were only 5 kilometers away, which was extremely near. They were just about to walk to either side, but they had not walked too far when they saw the light from the stone tablet suddenly dim, and the light figures reappeared. Ha! They took a few steps backwards and the stone tablet lit up again. The light figures disappeared once more. Could it be that they could not leave? But if they did not leave, how were they supposed to activate the formation eyes of the other 8 areas? Everyone looked towards Liu Yufei. Liu Yufei said, "Every stone tablet needs a living person to stand guard and maintain its power. And we cannot take any shortcuts. With what the Celestial King Hifeng has laid out, we have to circle in from outside." This power naturally was not absolutely effective. It was certain that a Heavenly Venerate would definitely be able to break through this power, but was there any need for a Heavenly Venerate to come here? There weren't any Heavenly Venerates among them. Thus they had to leave one of their group here. Who then? "I need to act as guide, and the 2 Ninth Heaven seniors are responsible for opening the path ahead. Thus, the 3 of us have to walk to the end," Liu Yufei continued. "I'll stay behind," Liu Hao said. When the 9 formation eyes were all activated, the doors that would lead directly to the center would open, and it was there that the United Origin Manifestation Fruit, as well as the insights of cultivation that belonged to Celestial King Hifeng, were located. Thus, staying here was not a loss. Moreover, he would be able to preserve his strength. Liu Hao stayed behind. He sat beside the stone tablet and everyone tried to leave again. As expected, though they had walked a very far distance away, the stone tablet was still emanating that sky-high pillar of light. There was no sign that it was going to dim. Liu Yufei had not been wrong in this, at least. Ling Han and the others tried to directly walk into the 2 areas beside them from here, but it could not be done. It looked like they could pass through directly, but there was an invisible wall that separated them, and even the Imperial Void Celestial King and the large black dog could not barge through. This was power that surpassed the Celestial King tier, but this did not disappoint them. Instead, they were filled with even more anticipation. The stronger Celestial King Hifeng was, the more valuable the things he left behind would be. They walked out of this area. Because there were no light figures stopping them, the speed of their progress increased. Around an hour later, they had left this area. Now they had 2 options. Should they enter into the area on the left or on the right? "We'll go clockwise," Liu Yufei said. Everyone obeyed. To say the least, she had already proven that her knowledge of the situation here far surpassed that of the others. Of course, there was not a single person that would fully trust Liu Yufei. One couldn't be unguarded with others, what more when both sides could not be considered to be on close terms at all. They traveled in a clockwise direction and entered into the second area. This place was filled with haze, with hurricanes raging. It could be clearly seen with the naked eye that multiple whirlpools were spinning wildly, while there were seals flickering in their centers. "Let's go." They set foot inside. A gust of wind blasted towards them. Aside from the Imperial Void Celestial King and the large black dog, all the others were sent flying, being blasted backwards. Ping, 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 they were thrown all over the ground. The Imperial Void Celestial King and the large black dog had both erected a shield of light around them, and it was clashing intensely with the hurricane. They both seemed very calm. Everyone entered into this area once more. This time they were channeling regulations facing off against the hurricane winds. This time it was really everyone displaying their unique battle prowess. It was the easiest for celestial kings that were proficient in regulations of earth, as they could directly make themselves incredibly heavy, so the hurricane winds could not blow them away, but those that cultivated other regulations could not do the same. They could only stimulate their regulations to face off against the hurricane winds. This undoubtedly would exhaust their source power faster, but there was nothing else that could be done about it. They advanced strongly. Thankfully, though the hurricane winds here were astonishingly huge, there were no ambushes laid by creatures like the light figures. Otherwise, it would really be a seriously difficult situation. Chapter 2545, Descendant of the He Clan. A large gust of wind was blowing over from ahead of them. This hurricane was extraordinarily huge. Even the eye of the storm had a diameter of several hundred meters. That seal in the center was partly hidden and partly visible, exuding a terrifying aura. Everyone wanted to dodge, but their speed in these wild winds was slow in the first place, and that hurricane was extremely fast and covered a wide area, so how could they possibly manage to avoid it? So what if they were ninth heaven celestial kings? They were easily caught up in the winds and pushed skywards, then were swiftly thrown outwards, and all of them were sent flying far. The Imperial Void Celestial King and the large black dog were still fine as they immediately steadied their footing, but it was not the case for the others. Being blown by the gales, they were all directly sent flying out of this area. Seeing this situation, the Imperial Void Celestial King and the large black dog also retreated. If it was just the two of them, that definitely would not be enough to activate the formation eye. Even if they walked to the end, it would be pointless. As expected of one who can break through to the heavenly venerable tier. The Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't help but admit he was impressed. He should not have been a ninth heaven celestial king, but rather a pseudo-heavenly venerate already. Just now, I felt like I was being attacked by more than a dozen ninth heaven celestial kings at the same time, and that was why I lost my footing. By the looks of it, we cannot force our way through. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King was saying this, so it was definite that just forging onwards was clearly a very foolish idea. Wally, can you deduce a safe course? Everyone looked towards Wally, and even the ninth heaven celestial kings had to bow their heads. Wally looked ahead, his eyes flashing with light continuously. Clearly, some kind of calculation was taking place, but after half a day he shook his head. There is no rhythm that can be traced. What were they to do now? Even Wally had no idea what to do. Could it be that they could only just guess blindly? It is impossible that there is no solution. Lu Yufei asserted defiantly. For the sake of this ancient site, she had sacrificed endless energy and effort. If there was no choice but to beat a retreat now, how could she possibly be willing? There naturally is a solution. A voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Everyone turned their heads, and saw a ninth heaven celestial king had suddenly appeared behind them. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, carrying an extraordinary bearing. This was very normal. One that could become a ninth heaven celestial king had to be a monarch tier at least, so they naturally had an amazing presence. Lu Yufei's expression immediately changed drastically. She recognized who this person was. He Runhai. Throughout these 700,000 years she had always been by his side, initially taking him as her master, which was followed by an ambiguous relationship, something between a romantic relationship and the pure relationship of master and disciple. Their relationship could not be revealed to others. And you are, sir? The Imperial Void Celestial King clasped his hands, greeting the other man. Runhai smiled slightly and did not take a second look at Lu Yufei. He replied, I am Runhai. Everyone was slightly stunned. The owner of this ancient site also had the surname of He. Furthermore, why was Runhai only here by himself? To open the great doors of the ancient site, it needed the lifeblood of more than a dozen supreme monarch stars. That's right. The owner of this ancient site is my ancestor. Runhai admitted outright, making no move to hide this fact. As expected. However, there was first Lu Yufei, who seemed very knowledgeable about the situation here, and now there was this direct descendant of Celestial King He Feng. The whole affair seemed to have become even more complicated. Only then did Runhai look towards Lu Yufei and ask, Disciple, why aren't you coming out to greet your master? Lu Yufei's expression shifted back and forth, and then she finally smiled brightly. Master, you have always been busy with cultivation, hoping to become even a tiny bit stronger than before. How could I dare to disturb you? The two of them were master and disciple. No wonder Lu Yufei was so familiar with the situation here. She had to have obtained this intel from the descendant of He Feng. What she had said about an ancient book was just a complete lie. However, they had never trusted Lu Yufei either, so the group did not show much reaction to this revelation. After all, they weren't close friends that had to be absolutely honest with one another. What do you say, brother He? Do you intend to chase us out of here? The Imperial Void Celestial King asked. Irunhai smiled. If I had wanted to chase you all out of here, then why would I have shown myself? If I did not act here, even if you all have cultivated to 9th heaven and combined forces, it would still be useless. However, to be honest, what my ancestor has laid out is to test the descendants of our He clan in the first place. Only when there are enough Supreme Monarch stars that are produced from our clan would we then be able to open the treasure chamber that he has left behind. Unfortunately, how could Supreme Monarch stars emerge so easily? Not even one would appear once in a few epochs. When they heard his words, it seemed like he was not a Supreme Monarch star. Without enough Supreme Monarch stars, would we be able to activate the remaining stone tablets? Su Huan asked. Don't worry. The activation of each formation I would need fewer Supreme Monarch stars than the last, as long as there is someone maintaining its activation by the side, He Runhai explained. Then please use your power, senior, everyone said. He Runhai nodded. He took out a flag and it was clear that the flag was already half destroyed. It was stained with blood, exuding a harsh feeling. When Ancestor battled all those years ago, he almost died in the most tragic battle. After severe injuries, his subordinates wrapped his body in the battle flag and delivered him back to the clan. Only after 300 million years of being comatose did he regain consciousness. And it was precisely that occasion that allowed Ancestor to gain a peek into the amazing secrets of the Heavenly Venerable Tier, and he began to attempt breaking through to that highest level. I really do not know if it was good luck or bad. Afterwards, though Ancestor had become a pseudo-heavenly venerate, all his effort had still been in vain in the end. He Runhai sighed, a hint of pity in his expression. Pseudo-heavenly venerates were actually already strong enough. Though the number of heavenly venerates that had appeared in the Flaming Frost realm was considerable, that was possible only through gathering the highest tier of elites from countless realms. Put in a single realm, even a high-level dimension would not have too many. Judging from this aspect, a pseudo-heavenly venerate was indeed awesome. Everyone did not know what to say. After all, they were having designs on the treasures that his ancestor had left behind. Thankfully, He Runhai was only musing ruefully, and very soon regained his composure. Shaking out the battle flag, he instantly waved it around strongly. Stand behind me. As the battle flag flutters, there would be no need to fear the hurricane winds. He strode into the winds and true enough, when the hurricane winds met with the battle flag, they would split aside automatically as if they had eyes. Everyone hurriedly followed behind him, walking under the protection of the battle flag. They advanced steadily. Ling Han looked at either side of them, and could see wild hurricane winds raging madly. All the scenery here was incredibly blurry, and the range of visibility was no more than 3 meters. Damn dog, be careful. This He Runhai seems to have been waiting for us here. I keep feeling like there is something off about him. Ling Han communicated with the large black dog through divine sense. Grandpa Dog knows. The large black dog did not reveal anything. However, I can tell that he, too, indeed wants what his ancestor has left behind. Let's just wait and see who is stronger here then. Moreover, the relationship between Lu Yufei and this master of hers seems to be quite strange too. Ling Han nodded. He had the Dimension Scroll, and at crucial times, it could be taken out as an intimidation tactic. Worst come to worst, he could draw out a Heavenly Venerable Tier Heavenly Tribulation, and why not see who would not be afraid? Originally, this area could not be traversed at all, but with this descendant of He Feng holding his battle flag as protection, it had become the easiest stage. Only a day later they arrived at the end of this area. As expected, there was also a stone tablet erected here. Everyone rubbed some of their blood on it, and the hurricane winds immediately stopped. Though the haze had not dispersed, the range of visibility had still greatly increased. Who will stay behind? Chapter 2546, Evolving Further. The whole group exchanged looks, and in the end it was Su Huan who said, "I'll do it." He sat down cross-legged beside the stone tablet like an old monk sitting in meditation, not letting out the slightest bit of sound. Everyone nodded. Actually, the person that was staying behind would have the easiest time, and would not have to do anything else. Was that really the case? Ling Han deliberately did not look at He Run Hai, but rather had Wally record and analyze him. Wally had a unique method to achieve this. After a while Wally said, "According to my analysis of He Run Hai's micro-expressions, he smirked just now." He paused and then asked, "Why is he smirking?" He had indeed completed the analysis, but he did not know the reason for his results. The human heart was possibly something that he would never be able to understand. Meanwhile Ling Han nodded. This guy must have concealed something that he did not tell us about. "Grandpa Dog is watching him," the large black dog declared. Wally was still confused. Why is he smirking? Ling Han pondered for a moment and then replied, "If you are stronger than your enemy, but your enemy has captured your beloved, forcing you to submit, or he would kill your lover, do you submit or not?" "Of course not." Wally shook his head. "This is the simplest kind of behavioral judgment. If I too lose my ability to fight, then both my lover and I will die. I have to ensure that I maintain my prime condition, and only then will it be possible to rescue my lover." "Your answer is very reasonable, but it is too reasonable." Ling Han shook his head. "The reason why humans are humans and not machines is because we have emotions. When a villain is holding a blade to the neck of your beloved, a great many people would submit." Wally was speechless, and after a while he asked, "Then what would you do?" Ling Han laughed. "I will prevent this situation from happening, so there is no need for me to answer this question." "Humans have another very bad habit, and that is escapism," Wally mocked. As they talked, they had already left the second area. They were still going in a clockwise direction, and arrived in front of the third area. This area was filled with thunder and lightning, booming loudly and terrifying. "We have to force our way through," He Run Hai said. "Fortunately, the might is only around the fifth heaven or so. We will be able to deal with it as long as we pay more attention." He had long since stowed away the battle flag and strode into the area of lightning. Clang, clang, clang. It was like countless tribulations had been fused together as lightning bolts that were thousands of meters long struck down endlessly, carrying frightening might. Everyone walked in one after another. Because of how terrifying heavenly tribulation could be, an instinctive feeling of tension rose up in all of them. Fortunately, the power of the lightning was really as He Run Hai had described, only limited to the fifth heaven celestial king tier. To them this was not too hard to deal with. Even if Ling Han, Ji Wuming and the others were only at the third heaven, their battle prowess was too strong. Every single one of them was capable of battling a fifth heaven celestial king. The lightning struck very closely together, blasting towards them like heavenly spears and divine swords. Xiao Yingxiong and the others could face it easily, but Ling Han, Ji Wuming and the other third heaven celestial kings would have to go all out to face this kind of power. Thankfully, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the frequency of being struck by lightning, and it was the other way round for lower cultivation levels. Thus, Xiao Yingxiong and the others were not having a much easier time than Ling Han and the others. The only ones who were truly incredibly relaxed were the large black dog and the other ninth heaven celestial kings. Ling Han spread out his intent realm to battle these lightning bolts. He had already walked out on his own path and formed a unique intent realm. He had just not reached great accomplishment level yet, and now every battle was an opportunity for him to further perfect his Tao. The stronger his opponent was, the greater the improvement he could obtain. This was what a prodigy was. Difficulties could not crush them and they would only become stronger and stronger. Pum. Ling Han threw punches casually. It looked simple, but they were just enough to destroy the lightning without wasting the slightest bit of power. Wally's eyes were bright as he scanned Ling Han. He was an extremely unique existence. No lightning bolt aimed for him as he walked in this area of lightning, unless he was unlucky enough to have a bolt of lightning just happen to strike down where he was walking. "What is it?" Ling Han asked casually. Wally's eyes flashed for a while, then stopped and he answered, "A very long time ago, I have tested your evolution index. At the time it was only 10. But now your evolution index is as high as 11. 94. Ling Han was also surprised. He knew that he would have a great improvement after breaking through to the Celestial King tier, and his evolution index would definitely shoot up. Furthermore, the Empress and Hunyo were clear proof of this. Initially they were only monarch stars as well, yet now they had become supreme monarch stars. Forming a perfect celestial seed that was unique to oneself was an evolution of their level of being. But the further they progressed, the more difficult it was to evolve. For example, the Empress and Hunyo could both have evolution index that broke through 11, but Ling Han's improvement may only be 0, 6 or 0, 7, so it should not be enough to reach 12. Could it be? Previously, when he had fought the Imperial Void Celestial King, he had understood his own Tao, and that had even drawn out a heavenly tribulation of the flaming frost realm. This had also caused his level of being to increase, and from there, his evolution index was endlessly close to 12. Ling Han couldn't help but feel extremely curious. Just what level had his battle prowess reached by now? If he went to barge through the 9 Deaths formation again now, just what kind of accomplishments could he achieve? What, your evolution index has already reached 12 now, brat? The large black dog got a shock. In the celestial realm, there was no such thing as evolution index and vitality index, but they were especially popular in medium-level dimensions, and even more so in high-level dimensions. It practically seemed like they would be replacing cultivation levels as a measure of strength. After coming to the flaming frost realm, the large black dog naturally knew what these two indices represented. One whose evolution index was 12 definitely could become a heavenly venerate. Ling Han chuckled and looked towards Huo Farong. At the beginning his aptitude could not be considered all that excellent, but through his own effort he had gradually become a king tier, emperor tier and monarch tier, and slowly improved his level of being. But it was said that Huo Farong had dazzled the world when she appeared. She had already claimed the praise of being the #1 celestial before she had even advanced into the celestial king tier. She was truly the beloved child of the heavens. He wondered who was stronger, he, a prodigy that had only developed later, or she, this beloved child of the heavens. Previously Huo Farong could suppress Ling Han in terms of regulations, but now? Ling Han had truly gained the right to match her on the same level. From the heavenly venerable tier, is there any evolution index that has reached 13? Or rather, does every step forwards in the heavenly venerable tier mean a super evolution of one's level of being? Clang, right when his thoughts were flying madly, another few bolts of lightning struck down on him. Ling Han easily destroyed them, but it was slightly straining for the Empress. She had already summoned her celestial tool. Sword Chi dazzled brilliantly, and her battle prowess instantly soared. The battle prowess of celestial kings could be considered completely different when they held a celestial tool and when they did not. Both Ji Wuming and Huo Farong possessed celestial tools, and they naturally would not refrain from using them in such a critical situation. They too drew their celestial tools, resolving their respective dilemmas. They forged onwards aggressively, and only 2 days later they arrived at the end of this area. They were all surprised because there was actually a giant seated on the stone tablet at the end. He was 30 meters tall, his whole body covered with blue lightning which formed the shape of seals. Though he was human in shape, he did not have any features. He did not have any distinguishing traits of any gender either. It could only be said that he was a human-shaped figure. Hey, isn't he afraid that his A*S would be violated if he sat like this? The large black dog immediately laughed mischievously. This lightning giant was seated on the stone tablet, but the stone tablet was long and tall, and it just so happened that it was in the crack of the giant's butt. Chapter 2547, Exploding Fruits. Everyone felt disgusted. Only the large black dog would tell such a hardcore joke. Yet the lightning giant was completely unconcerned. He sat still as stone, as if there was no life to him. However, the stone tablet was right underneath his behind, so if they wanted to drip some blood on the stone tablet, they definitely had to approach. He is unfathomable, the Imperial Void Celestial King said solemnly. Runhai nodded. In the information I have obtained, there was no reference to this living being that is manifested from lightning. Perhaps as time passed, strange changes have taken place, the Imperial Void Celestial King said. Possibly, Runhai expressed his agreement. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand. A fiery red spear suddenly appeared in his grip. It was only about 3 meters long, and it was completely formed from regulations. There were still flames flickering on it. He threw it out with all his might, and the fiery spear immediately shot out quickly, flying rapidly towards that lightning giant. The fiery spear was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived at the chest of the lightning giant, but before it managed to pierce down, a jade-blue lightning bolt streaked past. With it, this flaming spear was shattered. The Imperial Void Celestial King, he run high, and the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. They were giving this lightning giant extremely high regard. Though that flaming spear might not be a full power strike from he run high, the lightning giant had still so easily destroyed this attack without even a single movement. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Xiao. Right at this moment, small figures endlessly leaped out of the body of that lightning giant. They too were formed from lightning, and the moment they appeared, they turned into spheres of electricity that shot rapidly towards them. The three great ninth heaven celestial kings humphed at the same time. They admitted that the lightning giant's strength was great, but they did not think that they were outmatched. Yet this guy had actually provoked all three of them at the first move. Did that mean he thought that he could face off against all three of them at the same time? This naturally angered the large black dog and the others. They threw a punch and shot out a frightening wave of regulations that blasted towards those tiny figures. These spheres of electricity shook strongly, rapidly shrinking, but their path was not altered. They were still fiercely shooting towards them. Whoa! The large black dog shouted loudly. This guy is so awesome. He threw out another paw, forming a shield of light in front of him. Meanwhile, Ling Han pushed Wally directly in front of him, while he himself and the Empress ducked behind him. Wally. Everyone used their own methods. The lightning giant's battle prowess was too amazing. With a single strike, he had actually broken through the combined forces of three great ninth heaven celestial kings, though his attack had also been weakened many times over. Crack. Lightning flashed madly, turning into a great explosion, and making for a very astonishing display. After the lightning had disappeared, aside from the three great ninth heaven celestial kings, Ling Han, and the Empress, the others were more or less injured slightly, and Wally himself was covered with injuries, which looked as if they had been sliced out with a supreme divine sword. But now that the lightning had disappeared, these injuries were healing up automatically. His recovery ability was definitely not inferior to Heavenborn's. You have angered me. The large black dog leaped out, and as his claws flashed out, he shot out a wave of shadowy light that was filled with terrifying destructive power. The lightning giant finally moved. A ninth heaven celestial king had already charged to face him directly. He had to deal with him seriously. He threw a punch which struck at the large black dog. Boom. The lightning and the shadowy light clashed, canceling each other out, and what was more terrifying, the space itself was also being destroyed, forming areas of compression and distortion. Retreat. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The great battle between two ninth heaven celestial kings was extremely terrifying in itself, and watching the battle from nearby was merely courting death. Only the Imperial Void Celestial King and he run high were still standing where they were. They were both ninth heaven celestial kings, so they naturally were unafraid of this kind of resulting shockwave. Usually, the large black dog was completely playful, so it was very easy for others to overlook the fact that he was actually a supreme elite of ninth heaven, and one that was a supreme monarch star at that. His battle prowess was so outstanding that practically only a heavenly venerate could suppress him. In this battle, he had finally shown the battle prowess that belonged to a top-tier celestial king. The large black dog was indeed very strong, but the lightning giant was not weak either. He was incredibly aggressive as he brandished the lightning bolts that filled the air. He was not at a disadvantage at all in this forceful clash with the large black dog. Wally's eyes shone with green light as he began to scan this lightning giant. How is it? Ling Han asked from the side. Wally nodded. He is made from countless lightning beings, and that is why he has such powerful battle prowess. Ling Han gave an oh, no wonder then. The large black dog was a ninth heaven supreme monarch star, and if just anyone could just simply match him, then wouldn't a supreme monarch star be too worthless? This lightning giant was formed from countless lightning beings, and only gained the right to match the large black dog by gathering their collective power. We suppress him together. The Imperial Void Celestial King moved, blasting out at the lightning giant. It was not that he wanted to help the large black dog, but rather that they definitely had to get rid of this lightning giant first if they wanted to close down this great formation. He was only helping himself. He run high moved as well. With the combined forces of three great ninth heaven celestial kings, their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. But the lightning giant had completely no knowledge of pain, nor any fear of death. Every attack he delivered was a full-on, forceful confrontation, showing how extremely domineering he was. This caused even the three great celestial kings to become significantly wounded, but also caused the death of the lightning giant to come faster and faster. His figure became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into multiple spheres of lightning, which exploded completely. Everyone hurriedly rubbed some blood on the stone tablet, and the lightning that filled the air instantly disappeared. This area was also resolved. "Friend just how many more unexpected surprises are there?" the Imperial Void Celestial King asked. "I really have no idea either." Irunhai shook his head. Too much time had passed, so it would not be strange no matter what strange changes had taken place here. "I'll stay behind," Luo Yangqiu said. He sat beside the stone tablet. Everyone set out once again, heading towards the next area. This was an area of lush and verdant forest. There were tall trees and jade-green grass, but there definitely was not a single animal. There weren't even any insects. The vicinity was clearly filled with life and vitality, yet at the same time seemed like a haunted land. Without exception, whether it was trees or grass, they had all borne fruits. There were red fruits, green and purple, fruits of all colors, presenting a very dazzling scene. These fruits would explode and have very terrifying power, Irunhai warned. If even a ninth heaven celestial king said that they had very terrifying power, they definitely could not be underestimated. "Then we can only fly," the Imperial Void Celestial King said. There were plants everywhere in this area, and all the plants were bearing fruits. Thus, if they wanted to forge on from ground level, they would definitely detonate countless fruits. They all soared in midair, entering into this area. But the regulations here were strange. The moment they entered, they caused a ripple in the air, and this ripple became stronger and stronger, causing the plants to begin swaying. Pa pa pa. One after another, fruits fell and then shot towards Ling Han and the others like arrows. In just an instant, the whole sky was filled with flying fruits. Everyone moved, wanting to send these fruits flying away from them. But their power had just barely touched these fruits, and it instantly caused these fruits to explode. Boom! Once the fruits in front exploded, it immediately caused a chain reaction. The sound of explosions was endless, and by the end of it, they could no longer distinguish it, as they felt their ears ring from the cacophony of booms. The explosive power of every single fruit was around the fifth heaven celestial king tier. This was about the same as the last few areas, but having thousands of them explode at the same time, this power was too terrifying, and even ninth heaven celestial kings bore injuries. Chapter 2548, Well Prepared. Terrifying explosions rang out everywhere around the group. They couldn't even run out of here because the fruits were blasting towards them from all directions. There wasn't any so-called safe course at all. They were all sent flying like blades of straw. It was like their bodies no longer belonged to them, as they could not command their bodies to move according to their will at all. A whole dozen or so breath later, these intense explosions finally came to a halt. The previously lush and verdant ground had now become a true land of death. All the plants had been destroyed, leaving only behind charred ground, and they were lying here and there on the ground. There was no one that could avoid being injured and bleeding. The three great ninth heaven celestial kings were still fine, as they only had a few scrapes, but the others were much more tragic. They even had many broken bones. Ling Han released the arm that was holding the Empress. In the great explosion just now, he had pulled the Empress closely to him for protection, with him shielding her mostly, while he himself channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. Though his injuries weren't very severe, it was inevitable that he was still covered with blood. Wally had directly fallen apart, but he was the person that needed the least concern. His body immediately rebuilt itself as if nothing had happened. With a notch taken down on them, everyone was shocked. How were they supposed to advance? Everyone ignored this issue first as they took out alchemical pills to ingest. Some of them were very seriously injured. The alchemical pills they ingested were very extraordinary, and their injuries were rapidly recovering, but soon an expression of shock appeared on all of their faces. That was because the originally charred ground was turning green as tree saplings and blades of grass sprouted out of the ground, growing very quickly. In just half a day, the tree saplings had already grown several meters tall, the grass was already tall enough to reach one's waist, and flowers bloomed at the same time. After flowers bloomed, fruits would naturally be born. Fruits of all colors reappeared, and the scene here returned to its initial appearance. Everyone hurriedly retreated out of here. Forging onwards like this was merely suicidal. There were even more plants ahead of them. Several days later, everyone finally recovered, and the plants in this area had also recovered completely, which meant that they were back to square one. Looks like we can only depend on one person. Everyone looked towards Wally. What do you want? Even if Wally did not understand human behavior, he instinctively sensed that everyone was bearing malice towards him. Go on. The Imperial Void Celestial King grabbed Wally and threw him ahead of them. Boom. Explosions rang out again. This was really too terrifying. Even if they were all standing outside, they could feel the waves of explosions causing shock waves that assailed them. There were shards of seals contained within them, which greatly increased the destructive power. Fortunately, this was not the center of the explosion after all, so they were not too greatly affected. After the explosions stopped, a very large area had once again turned into a land of death, completely charred and scorched, and Wally was rapidly recovering, his body reforming and taking human form again. Wally was naturally furious, lasers of light about to shoot from his eyes. One piece of divine metal, Ling Han said. Wally immediately stopped, considered carefully, and then made a counteroffer. 3. 2 and no more than that, Ling Han said firmly. All right. Wally took the initiative to advance. Boom, he once again caused a great explosion. Wally's freakish nature could be seen at this moment. No matter how terrifying the destructive power was, it still could not cause him any fatal injuries. He would immediately recover after the blasting had stopped. With every safe area that Wally created by causing an explosion, everyone would advance further, so how fast could they progress? This was determined by the speed of Wally's recovery. Everyone couldn't help but feel rueful. This recovery ability was too frightening. It was no wonder that Heavenborn was so highly valued in the martial academy. Without any heavenly venerate attacking him, he was completely immortal and indestructible. A day later they finally arrived at the end of this area. A stone tablet was wrapped around in vines that bore purple fruits. This time there was no need for Wally to approach. Everyone attacked it from afar, detonating these fruits. It was not known what kind of material the stone tablet was made from, but it was incredibly sturdy. It had not been destroyed by the explosion, and was completely unscathed. Everyone came forwards to contribute some blood. The plants in this whole area seemed to have gotten some kind of signal as they all sank into the ground, and this area became completely barren. I'll stay behind, a Supreme Monarch Star said. His name was Jianghu. He did not like talking and had kept silent on the whole journey here. Unexpectedly, he now spoke up to volunteer to stay behind. Upon further thought, this was normal. That was because opening or closing the formation eye of each area would be very exhausting. Furthermore, there weren't any benefits to gain either. Who would be willing to do this kind of thing? It was better to stay here where it was safe and spare oneself the effort. Furthermore, when the Great Formation finally stopped working, the restrictions would no longer exist, and it would be incredibly convenient to go anywhere in this central area. Ling Han couldn't help but glance at Runhai. Though this man was wearing a calm smile, Ling Han kept feeling that there was a sliver of menace in his eyes. We will definitely not stay behind. No matter what, we have to keep an eye on him and Lu Yufei, he said. The large black dog nodded. He naturally was also very clever. Though forging onwards with Runhai was both tiring and difficult, he could hold the initiative. The Empress naturally would not object. The only one she was concerned about was Ling Han. They left this area and arrived at the 5th area. This was a land of fire. Fiery flames shot skywards here. They hadn't even entered yet, but they could already feel a terrifyingly high temperature assail them, making them feel like there was an intense burning feeling on their skin. This seems to be core flames, they can even melt divine metal. He said. Then how do we pass? In terms of defense, there was nothing that was harder and could withstand heat better than divine metal. If these flames could even melt divine metal, even a 9th heaven celestial king would be troubled. They could last a period of time, but there would eventually come a time when their source power was completely exhausted. By then, even a 9th heaven celestial king would be completely burnt to ashes. It was just like how Ling Han's physique had been invincible among his peers, yet they could still use regulations to slowly corrode him. Everyone looked towards He Runhai. Did he have any solution to this? He Runhai chuckled and took out a jade bottle. I have already said that I can be of help. This is the icy spring water that I have harvested from the depths of hell, and it can temporarily extinguish these flames. This guy was indeed well prepared. Lu Yufei lowered her gaze, her eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that she had already grasped all the information about this ancient site, yet looking at how well prepared He Runhai was now, she knew that what she had found out had only been scraps. She knew He Runhai very well. The latter was definitely an anti-hero who could resort to unscrupulous means just to achieve his aim. Anyone could be sacrificed. Come then. He Runhai took the lead. He waved the jade bottle and a wide spread of eerie liquid poured out. Wherever the water poured, the flames would immediately explode and go out. Underworld spring water of 9 hells, the large black dog muttered, feeling very envious. This is valuable, capable of even freezing a 9th heaven celestial king. Ling Han was surprised. This guy has really gone to great expense taking out even something so valuable? You have to lose some to gain some. What he is aiming for must be even more valuable. The large black dog nodded. But we also have 2 9th heaven celestial kings on our side, and not only are we not weaker than him, we are even stronger. Isn't he afraid that he would simply be paving the way for others? That means that he must have some way of restraining us which could safeguard his own benefits. Ling Han and the large black dog exchanged looks, and they were both absolutely certain. We need to pay even more attention to him. Chapter 2549, The Last Trial. Armed with a means of solution, they soon arrived at the end of this area. As per usual, they rubbed some blood on the stone tablet, activating it. This time, the question of who would be staying behind resulted in a serious disagreement. No one wanted to stay behind, all of them wanted to continue onwards. It should be known that in that last area, there had been quite a few people who had wanted to stay behind, but in the end it was Ji Zhihong who spoke up first. Why had their attitude changed all of a sudden? Naturally, it was because they could see how well prepared He Runhai was. Everyone wasn't an idiot, so they naturally could tell this was suspicious. Who would sacrifice so much just to pave the way for others? Hence, everyone wished to stick close to He Runhai, grasping the initiative. He Runhai chuckled and said, "If no one wishes to stay behind, I have my own ways." With a wave of his hand, a person immediately fell out of the ranks. This was a celestial king, but only a 2nd heaven celestial king, and he was presently in a state of unconsciousness. He actually hit another celestial king on him. However, it was apparent that this celestial king was not following him willingly, but had rather been forced into it. In fact, his consciousness had even been suppressed. Everyone was even more surprised. He Runhai had thought of even this ahead of time. He Runhai manifested regulations into the form of chains, tying that 2nd heaven celestial king onto the stone tablet. In that way, even if the other party regained consciousness because of some accidental circumstance, there would still be no way for him to leave the vicinity of the stone tablet. "Let's go," He Runhai said smilingly, leading the way ahead. Everyone exchanged looks, but now that things had come so far, it was impossible to retreat, nor would they be willing to. They all followed closely behind He Runhai. No matter what, He Runhai was only a 9th heaven celestial king, and was not a heavenly venerate. As long as the large black dog and the Imperial void celestial king were here, there was no way he could have too many tricks at his disposal. They followed closely, retreating from this place. The 6th area was a world of ice. Not only was the ground completely covered with ice, snow was also drifting down from the skies. Needless to say, it was definitely incredibly freezing cold here, capable of freezing even 4th heaven and 5th heaven celestial kings into icicles. Everyone all looked towards He Runhai. Would this guy be able to take out some great Tao flames to resist this icy chill? Yet He Runhai smiled sheepishly. Everyone, though I have made some preparations, my abilities are limited. I can't possibly think of every possible scenario. Allow me. Wolferong stepped out. Boom, a green flame rocketed skywards. She had released the origin flame, turning the space above her head into a panorama of flames. Origin flame could attain the limits in terms of regulations. Even if Wolferong herself had not reached the 9th heaven, this origin flame still had insurmountable might. The Imperial Void Celestial King and Runhai entered directly into the land of ice. They both had a high opinion of themselves and disdained having a junior take care of them. However, the large black dog was completely shameless in the first place. Without any concern, he walked into the area protected by the flames. Hua Furong advanced and everyone followed her through every step. The origin flame blazed, dispelling the harsh cold. Even so, their lips were still shivering from the cold, their faces pale. It could not be helped. The ground was covered in ice, and even if they floated a few feet above the ground, there would still be a chill seeping in from beneath their feet, freezing even their blood flow. They resisted with all their power, and at least they still had the power to continue onwards. But as they walked, they realized that it was getting colder and colder. Their feet were not on the ground, but the cold in the air was even more frightening. They had no choice but to descend. In comparison, it was still better to have their feet in contact with the icy ground. They continued walking and suddenly a crack was heard. Xiao Yingxiong's figure shrank as he sank into the ground. Gu Hui was closest to him, and hurriedly stretched out a hand to grab Xiao Yingxiong. A massive pit had appeared beneath their feet, and Xiao Yingxiong just happened to step into this crevice, causing him to fall inside abruptly. A great celestial king actually fell for this kind of trick. It could not be helped. The cold here was actually intertwined with regulations, exerting a strong pressure on their bodies. With a sudden misstep, he naturally could not regain his footing in time. Though everyone was shivering from the cold, they still worked together to pull Xiao Yingxiong back up. Pay attention. There are traps every step of the way here. Their progress slowed even further. A single misstep here could mean falling into an abyss of no return. Wally's eyes shone as he continued sweeping his gaze around. The green light took the form of ripples, and everyone soon discovered that a shadowed area would appear wherever the green light swept over. The ice there is very weak and thin, Wally warned. Actually, everyone knew the situation here even without him saying, so they naturally would not be stepping there. With Wally helping, the pressure on them lightened tremendously. Though they were still being invaded by the harsh cold, it was within a tolerable range at least. However, good things never last. Peng, a massive sound rang out in the distance, causing the ground itself to tremble madly. What's going on? Everyone stopped. Peng peng peng. The sounds were getting closer and closer. Crack crack crack. The icy surface was also breaking, the cracks spreading towards them from afar, and they evaded quickly. That was because a lake lay underneath their feet. If they fell in, that would definitely be very troublesome. A colossal white creature appeared. It was 21 to 24 meters tall, its whole body covered with snow-white fur. It was actually a large bear. This large bear was not enshrouded by any celestial light, but the aura it exuded was incredibly frightening, capable of matching a high-tier celestial king's. Humph! Runhai immediately moved. He drew a saber and Shua the saber chi soared right towards the heavens with a swipe. Pa, that large bear was instantly slashed into halves. There was no shower of blood from the skies, nor empathetic grief from the heaven and earth. This clearly was not a real celestial king. It was not a celestial king, yet had the aura of a celestial king. This was really bizarre. This shouldn't be an actual living creature but something like a puppet, Xiao Yingxiong said grimly. Everyone nodded. This should be the most reasonable explanation. They were all thankful that there were 9th Heaven Celestial Kings in their group. Otherwise, if they had to undergo an intense battle with a high-tier Celestial King under such conditions, the pressure would be too great. More and more white bears appeared along their way, but they were all killed with casual moves from the 3 great 9th Heaven Celestial Kings, which allowed them to arrive at the end of the 6th area without any accidents. When they all rubbed some blood on the 6th tablet, they discovered that their hands were so cold to the point of losing all feeling. Thankfully, the stone tablet was immediately activated, and all the cold air instantly dispersed, and this area was resolved as well. Hua Furong withdrew the origin flame. Runhai did not even bother to ask at all. He directly tossed out a celestial king, whom he tied onto the stone tablet with power of regulation. They ventured further into the 7th area. This was an ocean of blades. Not only were their swords sticking out all over the ground, there was also incredibly fierce sword light streaking through the skies, causing them to frown at the sight. This might was very frightening and definitely could not be underestimated. The 3 great 9th Heaven Celestial Kings cleared the way, and they still managed to pass through this area, activating the 7th stone tablet. Then it was the 8th area. This was an area of black mud, which emanated a putrid stench and was filled with strong poison. When everyone walked on it, they immediately discovered that the regulations they were using as a protective shield around themselves were rapidly fading. What a powerful corrosive effect. However, this time Runhai was prepared. He stuck a leaf on each of them. It was harvested from the source power of wood of the heaven and earth, which had strong effects of healing poison. The 8th area was resolved, and next it was the 9th area. Once the stone tablet here was also activated, they would be able to unseal the final treasure trove of Celestial King Yingxiong. And by this time, those with ulterior motives should also be showing their true colors. Chapter 2550, Drastic Change. The 9th region was a chaotic space. With a single stride, one might easily travel dozens of kilometers into the distance. With another stride, they might easily return to their original position again. If they were powerful enough, they could directly shatter this formation. Indeed, when one's strength reached a certain level, one could completely ignore rules and regulations. Elites could act as they pleased. Now, however, they were weaker than Celestial King Yingxiong had been. Thus, they could only abide by the rules that Celestial King Yingxiong had set at that time. They continued to experiment. With the help of Wally's analytical abilities, they finally managed to reach the end of the 9th region after spending more than a month. The stone tablet was already within reach. Let's begin. Runhai exclaimed, excitement in his voice. If they managed to activate this formation I, they would be able to open the gates to the treasure chamber, in which lay everything that he desired. However, everyone wore a solemn expression. After reaching this place, if there was someone among them who harbored sinister intentions, it would almost be time for them to reveal themselves. Even so, they had already come so far, so they naturally wouldn't retreat. They all cut open their fingers and smeared their blood onto the formation I. Boom. A 9th column of light soared into the sky. The 9 columns of light then fused together, transforming into an even thicker column of light that pierced through the heavens. Gazing up, one could see the rotating column of light in the clouds. The sky was overcast, and it was as if some terrifying monster were about to soar down. Clank, clank, clank. There was the sound of clanging chains, and it was as if some mechanism had been triggered. Ha! They looked to the left, only to see a length of metal chain dancing in the sky, intertwining to form a gigantic tree. Whoosh! A length of chain swept toward them as agile as a snake. As if anticipating this, Runhai immediately flicked his hand, tossing forth one of the celestial kings. The metal chain pierced through the body of this celestial king before tightly wrapping around him. Ah! The agonizing pain instantly forced the celestial king awake. He howled in pain and blood continued to spurt from his mouth. However, his body shriveled rapidly, and it was as if he had instantly lost all of his blood. Ling Han and the others were deeply astounded. However, they also felt as if this were expected. They had always had a nagging feeling that Runhai was scheming something else. As a 9th heaven celestial king, how could he possibly be so amiable? At this moment he finally revealed his true face. Clang. The metal chain soared upward with the celestial king. At the same time, another 8 lengths of metal chain rose from different locations, each carrying a corpse. Lu Hao, Luo Yangqiu, Su Huan, and Ji Zhihong were among these corpses. These were the people who had stayed behind to guard the stone tablets in each of the previous 8 regions. Runhai, what's the meaning of this? The Imperial Void Celestial King asked in a baleful voice. Even though he had reached some sort of agreement with Xiao Yingxiong and the others, he wouldn't go as far as to be concerned about their life or death, but this threatened his personal interests, so he naturally stepped forward to protest. However, Runhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, replying in an indifferent voice, "Without sacrifice, how can one reap any rewards? Do none of you understand such a simple concept? You dare to target members of the world's paramount martial academy? How audacious!" Gu Hui roared in anger. This was in stark contrast to his usually amiable temperament. Runhai smiled faintly and replied, "Without their sacrifice, the United Origin manifestation fruit can't reach maturity. Tell me which is more important. Have you made up your minds?" He paused for a moment before continuing, If you don't want this paramount fruit, you're free to leave right now. I definitely won't stop you. However, by the time you report this to the higher-ups of the Martial Academy, I would have already changed my identity and vanished into the sea of people. Or perhaps you want to harvest this fruit with me? The large black dog roared with laughter. To scheme with tigers, the only possible fate is death. Hirunhai, I advise you to obediently surrender. Not so fast, the Imperial Void Celestial King said, raising a hand to block the large black dog. Imperial Void, what are you playing at? Don't tell me you're actually going to cooperate with him? The large black dog said as he focused his gaze on the Imperial Void Celestial King. His body was tense as he said this. If the two Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings joined hands, they would have no option but to flee. Sure enough, Brother Imperial Void is also a resolute person. Hirunhai said with a chuckle. As cultivators, our only goal is to shatter the pinnacle of cultivation. In order to achieve this goal, we're even willing to sacrifice our own sons. Let alone other people. Upon hearing this, a cold chill ran down everyone's spine. His son was truly unfortunate. This was a ruthless and ambitious person. In order to achieve his goals, he was willing to do anything. Even though the Imperial Void Celestial King didn't necessarily hold the same beliefs, he had absolutely zero care for Lu Hao and the others. Thus, he couldn't be bothered arguing against this point. He simply wanted the United Origin Manifestation Fruit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yingxiong and the others all wore solemn expressions. The decision of the Imperial Void Celestial King put them in an extremely difficult spot. If they refused to join, it was very likely that they would be silenced and killed by the Imperial Void Celestial King. However, even if they joined, they would have crossed the bottom line of the Martial Academy. Could the Imperial Void Celestial King let them off lightly? Whoosh! Lu Yufei suddenly dashed forward, entering the central region of the large formation. This place had initially been solid ground. However, following the appearance of the large tree of chains, the central region also underwent a huge transformation. It was now possible to dash over without any obstructions. United Origin Manifestation Fruit, everyone exclaimed. Lu Yufei was definitely aiming for this celestial fruit. They definitely couldn't allow her to succeed. They hurriedly gave pursuit. Even though Lu Yufei had said before that there was more than one United Origin Manifestation Fruit, could they truly believe anything from the mouths of this pair of master and disciple? The fate of Lu Hao and the others was a stark warning. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't suppress his urge. He immediately gave chase as well. Hirunhai looked at Ling Han and the others and asked, "Why aren't you giving chase?" Ling Han, the Empress, Wally, and the large black dog all remained put. The large black dog cracked a grin, revealing his sharp canine teeth. "You're not giving chase either, so why should we feel any sense of urgency?" Hirunhai roared with laughter. "You think you're being very smart, huh?" "Hirunhai, what are you playing at?" Ling Han asked loudly. "As a measly third heaven celestial king, you actually dare to act so haughtily before me?" In sharp contrast to his previously modest temperament, Hirunhai suddenly became arrogant and prideful. The others have already rushed toward their deaths. Even though you people are slightly smarter, this can only delay your inevitable death by a little while. Sure enough, he started to reveal his sinister intentions. He couldn't contain himself any longer. "Old geezer, before Grandpa Dog, can you truly flip the heavens?" The large black dog charged forward, aiming to capture Hirunhai. Hirunhai didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he simply watched the attack sweep over. However, when the large black dog's paw swung over, his body shuddered slightly, gradually becoming transparent. In the end, it vanished completely, only leaving behind loud and wanton laughter. The expressions of Ling Han, the Empress, and the large black dog changed drastically. Hirunhai had already slipped away at some unknown time. What had stood before them was merely a fragment of his divine sense. It was no wonder that he was completely unafraid of the large black dog. This was because his true body was nowhere near them to begin with. "When did he slip away?" Ling Han asked with a frown. "Wally, did you notice this?" the large black dog asked. Wally shook his head. He also appeared extremely astonished. "Firstly, I didn't keep my eye on him the entire time. Secondly, I didn't observe any unusual energy fluctuations. Then, should we advance or retreat?" Chapter 2551, All Tricked. Advance. The Imperial Void Celestial King and the others had already entered, yet the group still couldn't sense any commotion at all. According to what Runhai had said, they should have encountered grave dangers if they entered. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King wouldn't be exempt from this. After all, this was the handiwork of a pseudo-heavenly venerate. Even though he was already dead, his handiwork still remained heaven-defying. That being the case, entering would equate to seeking death. Perhaps they should retreat. But was there still anywhere for them to retreat? Runhai had clearly prepared a trap. He had taken advantage of everyone to shatter the large formation, and it was now time for him to reap the rewards. Would he allow Ling Han and the others to leave? It was only logical to assume that he had made other preparations to prevent them from leaving. Neither advancing nor retreating is a suitable choice. Why don't we stay put and observe any changes instead? We'll deal with any changes by remaining steadfast and calm. In the end, the four of them reached a consensus. They would stay put and observe any changes. Wally released a green light wave that undulated into the surroundings. This light wave would instantly alert him to any changes. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the Empress had already retrieved their celestial tools. The large black dog also wore a solemn expression. They might encounter a fierce and brutal battle at any moment. Clang, clang, clang. The metal chains slithered around the sky, creating deafening noises. In fact, there were still more lengths of metal chains gathering from the surroundings, causing the metal tree to become larger and larger. Ling Han and the others all looked up at the sky. Another person had been impaled by the metal chains and lifted up into the sky. Ji Wuming. He roared in rage, and the celestial tool in his hand ferociously slashed down. However, this was utterly futile. Peculiar symbols pulsated on the metal chains, forming a sheen of light every time the divine sword slashed down and blocking its attacks. This was similar to how Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings could form a layer of regulations around their fists, allowing them to face celestial tools head-on. Ji Wuming unleashed his full might. The right side of his chest suddenly started to expand and pulsate, and it was clear that he surprisingly had another heart. This heart provided him with a vast amount of Celestial King blood essence, causing his battle prowess to instantly soar several-fold. The 6th heaven, 7th heaven, 8th heaven, 9th heaven. It was as if Ji Wuming had returned to his previous life, becoming an invincible 9th heaven Celestial King. The might of his celestial tool was also completely unleashed, appearing as devastating as could be. There was a crisp clanging sound as the sheen of light on the metal chain was shattered. Moreover, these metal chains weren't forged from divine metal, so how could they possibly withstand the power of celestial tool? With just a few chops, the metal chain was ruthlessly hacked apart. However, even more metal chains slithered over like snakes, firmly trapping Ji Wuming. As expected of the most powerful celestial king of his time, the large black dog said with sincerity, "If I hadn't undergone a great rebirth, I definitely couldn't have reached the same height as him." Ling Han furrowed his brows. Ji Wuming was still unable to break free, and this certainly wasn't good news. Now that Ji Wuming has reincarnated and recultivated, his achievements will still be above yours. Utter bollocks. Grandpa Dog completed a great rebirth, something that even one in a gazillion celestial kings might not succeed in. It's far superior to reincarnation, the large black dog said with a sneer. Then why don't you go over and help? Ling Han said. The large black dog immediately cowered, saying, Can't you see that Grandpa Dog hasn't cultivated to the pinnacle state yet? My battle prowess is still slightly inferior. Clang, clang, clang. Another metal chain soared into the air, carrying with it a person. This time it was Huo Farong. Even though she was revered as number 1 in the ages, with her evolution index reaching 12 and representing her future as a heavenly venerate, she was still only a 3rd heaven celestial king at this moment. At the most, her battle prowess could only reach the 6th heaven. Even Ji Wuming, who possessed the power of his past life, had been trapped, so how could she possibly break free? She roared with anger, and the ancient mirror above her head continued to fire beams of light. The origin flame of heaven and earth also raged, transforming into a flaming dragon. However, she was still unable to shatter the metal chains. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yingxiong was also impaled. Then it was Lu Yufei Guhei Miaohua. Apart from the Imperial Void Celestial King, everyone who entered was impaled and trapped. Of course, Ji Wuming had managed to temporarily break free, yet he was still engaged in a ferocious battle with the metal chains. It was hard to say whether he could successfully escape. "Ty dog, hurry up and help them," Ling Han said as he kicked the large black dog. "There's no way that Grandpa Dog's going over there," the large black dog said as he shook his head. "This He-Feng person is incredible. Even among pseudo-heavenly venerates he was most likely still an elite among elites. This formation is far too terrifying. Each metal chain is as powerful as a ninth heaven celestial king, and there's more so a boundless number of them. If Grandpa Dog goes over, that will be nothing short of seeking death. Forget about it, let's flee while we can. If worse comes to worst, we'll just burn some incense and paper money to commemorate them in the future." The large black dog prepared to flee. Boom. Right at this moment, there was a deafening sound as a figure suddenly charged over. A bell hovered above his head, continuing to ring even though no one struck it. Sound waves surged into the surroundings. Moreover, whenever these sound waves came into contact with the metal chains, it was as if they would lose their vitality, immediately dropping from the sky. It was the Imperial Void Celestial King. As expected of one of the most powerful Celestial Kings. The Imperial Void Celestial King was incredibly powerful, and he actually managed to break free from the shackles of the chains. Ling Han nodded in his mind. He had already absorbed most of the essence of the ancient Bell of Qian. Even Wally had said that the current ancient Bell of Qian was only equivalent to 5 pieces of divine metal. Even so, the might of this celestial tool was still immense. However, this was only natural. Any celestial tool that could reach the 9th heaven would be equivalent to an elite among 9th heaven celestial kings. With 5 fused together at one, it could naturally rival a monarch star. However, even more powerful was the Imperial Void Celestial King himself. He swung his fists that were shrouded in regulations, and even the powerful metal chains couldn't contain him. The metal tree shuddered slightly, emitting a crisp clinging sound of metal. Even more metal chains shot toward the Imperial Void Celestial King. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Even the Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't withstand such a barrage. Just how many Celestial Kings did this equate to? Elsewhere, Ji Wuming's power had already receded from the 9th heaven. This had simply been a short burst of power, so how could he maintain it? With his battle prowess declining, he was once again impaled and trapped by the metal chains. Ah! The Imperial Void Celestial King roared in rage. Even though he was invincible among those at the same cultivation level, there were far too many metal chains at this moment. Each was equivalent to a 9th heaven celestial king, so their sheer number had already surpassed his limit. He was suppressed, and the area in which he could move continued to shrink. Ha 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 ha. Hiruanhai's laughter rumbled through the air. Everything was already settled. He appeared before them again, standing atop the colossal tree of metal chains. His hands were clasped behind his back, and it was as if he were a mighty ruler of the world. Indeed, everything was under his control at this moment. Even though Ling Han and the others were still uncaptured, this metal tree was far too devastating. It was hard to say how many 9th heaven celestial kings would be needed to suppress this tree. It was clear that the power of pseudo-heavenly venerates couldn't be rivaled by that of celestial kings. The title of heavenly venerate was transcendent above that of celestial king. "Master, forgive your disciple this one time," Lu Yufei said in a feeble voice. She could feel her cultivation being mercilessly drained away by the metal chains. Before long she would become a cripple. "Detestable B***Tsich, you pretended to become my disciple, and you even tried to form a relationship with me on purpose. You think I didn't know your true intentions? That you had your eyes set on the treasures of my ancestors?" Irunhai said in disdain. "I decided to play along with you. If you had been sincere, I would have shared some of the spoils with you. However, you simply wanted to take everything for yourself. That being the case, offer all of your blood essence to me." "No, your disciple is truly sincere," Lu Yufei said. "Since you're sincere, then offer me your blood essence and help your master embark on this path of unrivaled greatness," Irunhai said loudly. He then hummed, turning to the sky and saying, "Lord Ancestor, does something feel amiss?" Chapter 2552, Counter Checkmate. Lord Ancestor. Xiao Yingxiong and the others were only feeble, they hadn't lost their consciousness yet. Thus, their hearts involuntarily jolted upon hearing this. Celestial King Yifeng? Perhaps Celestial King Yifeng wasn't dead yet. Lord Ancestor, there's no need for such charades anymore. Runhai said with a cold chuckle. You've schemed for countless years, and all of this was to leave a path of retreat in case you failed when ascending to the heavenly venerable tier. You think that only you're so smart? What are you trying to say? An ancient voice said. This voice directly sounded in everyone's mind. This was communication through the divine sense. However, the thing communicating with its divine sense was surprisingly the colossal tree of chains. You think I don't know? Runhai said in disdain. At that time you failed while trying to ascend to the heavenly venerable tier. Your physical body was destroyed, and your divine sense was also targeted by heaven and earth. As such, you could only cower in this 9-star grand formation, obstructing heaven and earth and living a wretched life. Is your scheme not to use a celestial tree as a seed? After nurturing yourself for several epochs, you then attract future generations over, enticing them to sacrifice their blood essence. This in turn gives you the opportunity to revive, no? However, it's a shame that I saw through you long ago. I played along with your plan, releasing information about this ancient site and attracting numerous fools over. When they shattered the formation, this would make you believe that the time was ripe. Your divine sense would come out from the formation and enable the growth of the Tao tree, using the fruits of this tree to construct a new life. In fact, you could even reach new heights. However, it's a pity that these people don't have the bloodline of the He clan. Their blood is completely useless to you. The fruits of cultivation might mature, but you'll be unable to use them to revive. Thus, all of this can only benefit me. With the divine sense of a pseudo-heavenly venerate as its core, and with the blood essence of so many monarch stars, just how astonishing will these fruits of cultivation be? I'll surpass you and become a genuine heavenly venerate. Ancestor, you're nothing but history. I suggest that you continue to rest under the surface of the earth. Allow your sons and descendants to enjoy the new glory. He rambled on, with his words stunning everyone else. As it turned out, it was because of Runhai's scheme that they had even heard about the ancient site of Celestial King Yifeng. The opportunity had become ripe, so he had released some information to draw them over. Sure enough, even supreme monarch stars were enticed by the treasures of a pseudo-heavenly venerate. They all ran headfirst into this trap. However, Runhai was truly a ruthless person. Not only had he tricked them, but he had even treated his own ancestor as a sacrificial lamb. Not long ago, Runhai had said that he was even willing to sacrifice his own son if that could help him reach the pinnacle of cultivation. That being the case, would it be beyond him to screw over his own ancestor? Unworthy descendant. Unworthy descendant. The metal tree released its enraged thoughts. Clang. All of the metal chains suddenly turned around, piercing toward the crown of the tree. Ancient ancestor, since I'm saying this, you think I'll be unprepared? Runhai said with a sneer. He held a white stone in his hand, and with a light squeeze, the stone instantly shone. Clang clang clang. The chains turned around again, impaling Ji Wuming and the others that it had tossed aside just then. Seizing this opportunity, the Imperial Void Celestial King prepared to flee. However, before he could escape, the metal chains swooped over and attacked him with precision and zeal. I didn't abide by the ancestral rules at all. Not being allowed to enter before the time arrived or whatnot. Runhai roared with laughter. I've already entered this place heaven knows how many times. I became familiar with the situation here long ago, and I seized control of the core of this large formation long ago as well. Ancestor, the ruler of this place isn't you anymore. Instead, it's me. What does it matter that you were once a pseudo-heavenly venerate? Right now you're nothing but a damaged soul. How can you compete with me? Runhai suddenly pointed at Ling Han and the others. I told you just then you could only delay your inevitable demise for a short while. Everything is settled now, so obediently accept your death. He clenched the stone in his hand, and it was as if he were commanding something. Clang clang clang. A dozen or so chains instantly shot toward Ling Han and the others. With an angry howl, the large black dog immediately charged over. He flashed forward, covering a huge distance with each bound, and bearing down on Runhai. It was better to capture the general than to capture the pawns. If they didn't dispose of Runhai or snatch the control of this formation from his hands, they could only remain on the back foot forever. However, the closer the large black dog got to the metal tree, the shorter his teleportations would become. In fact, he could only advance by around 10 to 15 meters each time. It was as if he had sunk into mud, with each step forward as difficult as could be. Ha ha ha. He Runhai roared with laughter. This is the grand formation of a pseudo-heavenly venerate. As a measly ninth heaven celestial king, what does it matter even if you're a supreme monarch star? You can't defeat this formation at all. As he said this, a dozen or so metal chains shot toward the large black dog. Clang. Ling Han and the others retreated. However, they quickly discovered that the metal chains could only attack within a limited range. They couldn't reach their original location. In other words, if the large black dog hadn't charged forward to attack, the metal chains couldn't have done anything to him. Damn it, we've been tricked by him again. Ling Han said in a solemn voice. He Runhai had purposefully revealed his secrets. He was being smug and arrogant for a reason. This wasn't because he necessarily felt so, but rather because he was putting on a show for them. He was tricking them into acting. Sure enough, the large black dog fell for his trick. It's a shame that you realized too late. He Runhai said as he glided down from the top of the tree. At this moment, both of the ninth heaven celestial kings had been trapped by the metal chains. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 celestial kings were all too weak to do anything. He could dispose of them with ease. In fact, Wally was quite strange, but his battle prowess was far too weak. Thus there was no need to kill him at all. He Runhai could continue to suppress him. He Runhai walked extremely slowly, yet his expanding aura placed Ling Han and the others under immense pressure. He was a ninth heaven celestial king. Moreover, his ability to reach this level also proved that he was a monarch tier to begin with. Thus, it was only natural that he was boundlessly terrifying. Ling Han and the others retreated slowly. However, He Runhai was unhurried as he continued to bear down on them. After a while, He Runhai chuckled and said, "There's nowhere else for you to retreat." He was an extremely careful person, so even at this moment he still didn't act rashly and carelessly. Only after confirming the situation did he finally feel confident in victory. Obediently lie down. He Runhai extended a hand that was filled with symbols. "Old geezer, you've also been tricked." Whoosh. A dark figure suddenly leaped out from Ling Han's body, expanding in size as it did so. It lunged toward He Runhai. It was the large black dog. What in the world was going on? Hadn't the large black dog already been trapped? Ah! If I had allowed you to notice anything, wouldn't I have wasted my lifetime of cultivation? The large black dog said with a loud laugh. He unleashed a barrage of wild attacks at He Runhai. The metal chains couldn't reach this area, so He Runhai had no option but to face his opponent alone. He Runhai had only acted because he had been confident of victory. However, who would have expected this from the large black dog? You created a clone of yourself using your divine sense, so why can't we do the same as well? Ling Han said in a calm and composed voice. Impossible. He Runhai exclaimed in disbelief. How could a mere divine sense rival the power of the metal chains? Enough with your shock. Just who is Grandpa Dog? Am I someone that you can fathom? The large black dog said with haughty pride. Wally snickered upon hearing this. They had come up with this plan just then, with Ling Han in charge of formulating their plan of attack. Meanwhile, Wally had been responsible for making the large black dog's divine sense appear as real as possible. As for the large black dog, he had hidden inside Ling Han's spatial god tool, and would be responsible for the final battle. Now that the large black dog was taking all of the credit for himself, Wally naturally snickered in disdain. Chapter 2553, Falling Short. He Runhai was extremely pissed off. He viewed himself as peerlessly intelligent, with even the schemes of his ancient ancestor being uncovered by him. He had more so taken advantage of this, using it to aid his own cultivation. This caused him to become extremely smug. Now, however, he had actually been tricked by someone else. This angered him to no end. Someone had actually outsmarted him. This was far too humiliating. However, the large black dog had already charged over, and He Runhai had no time to mull over this anymore. He had to face his opponent with his full strength. At the same cultivation level, Supreme Monarch stars could easily crush ordinary Monarch tiers. Metal chains danced in the sky, yet they were completely unable to reach this region. They couldn't help He Runhai at all. I'll smash you to bits, old geezer. The large black dog stood upright like a human as he unleashed his full strength. He swung his paws, unleashing bursts of mighty black light that sliced through space and shook the heavens. Runhai had no intention of facing the large black dog head-on. Instead, he simply wanted to break free from this region. As long as he could return to the region covered by the metal chains, he would become invincible unless a pseudo-heavenly venerate came over. He tried his best to break free. However, the gulf between them in talent meant that there was also a huge difference in their battle prowess. As such, he was unable to break free. You actually dared to trick Grandpa Dog? The large black dog roared in explosive rage. It had only ever been him screwing others over. Now, however, he had actually been screwed over by this person. This made him indescribably angry. Runhai didn't reply. He swung his celestial broadsword, intent on breaking free. However, Ling Han had also given the divine demon sword to the large black dog beforehand. This was a clash between celestial tools, though the divine demon sword had been fused with a great amount of divine metal. Thus, it was much sturdier and sharper than ordinary celestial tools. In this head-on clash, Runhai's celestial broadsword was naturally suppressed by the divine demon sword. His battle prowess was more so inferior to the large black dog's to begin with, so his situation became increasingly precarious. Detestable. Utterly detestable. Runhai roared. He had clearly been in control of everything, yet with a sudden twist, he had now taken a grand fall. Unworthy descendant, if you abandon your control of the black gold tree, I can save you, the voice from the metal tree said. This was pseudo-heavenly venerate Feng. Runhai didn't reply. It was because he was in control of the black gold tree that he had been able to near victory. The key to this control was none other than the white stone in his palm. This was the main control mechanism. In any case, he had never trusted anyone else. He only trusted himself. Just then he had also revealed his intentions to dishonor and destroy his ancestor. Once he forfeited his control of the black gold tree, he would be unable to threaten Feng any longer. At that time, this pseudo-heavenly venerate would be reborn, and he might even become a genuine heavenly venerate. When that transpired, wouldn't killing Runhai be as easy as the flick of a wrist? Might Feng forgive his descendant because of his bloodline? Runhai completely refused to believe this. If it were him, he would definitely kill anyone who had dared to oppose him. In fact, he would even subject them to endless torture before their death. He would do the same even if it were his son. Not only did he have no thoughts of forfeiting his control, but he even tucked the white stone away. He was fully focused on trying to break free. You truly think that I'm helpless? He said with a sneer. As a ninth heaven celestial king, how could he be a pushover? Would he not have a trump card? With a roar, he unleashed a burst of peculiar undulations. At the same time, his battle prowess rose by a significant amount. As was always said, as long as the gap between celestial kings was small, it would be impossible for one to stop another if the latter wanted to flee. Due to his talent, the large black dog was indeed more powerful than Runhai. However, when this was translated into cultivation levels, he was only just a minor tier above Runhai. With Runhai's sudden rise in battle prowess, the large black dog struggled to hold him back. Motherfucker. You think Grandpa Dog can't be enraged? The large black dog roared in fury. He also activated a secret technique, causing numerous symbols to appear on his body. His battle prowess also soared. They continued their intense battle, with the large black dog just barely managing to hold Runhai back. Ling Han and the Empress also stepped forward to help. Even though they were far weaker than the ninth heaven, their attacks were still too powerful to be ignored. After all, which celestial king dared to face their attacks with no defenses? They were simply responsible for drawing Runhai's attention, and preventing him from returning to the region covered by the metal chains. You people can't stop me. Runhai bellowed. He charged forward with no care for anything else. Pum. He was struck by the large black dog's paw, with one of his arms instantly sliced off. At the same time, Ling Han's and the Empress attacks also left deep gashes on his body. However, he successfully broke free from the large black dog's control, dashing into the distance. Stop right there. The large black dog immediately teleported over, aiming to block Runhai. However, Runhai became one with his broadsword, causing his speed to increase immensely. Wah! He coughed up a large mouthful of celestial king blood, successfully dashing away before the large black dog could block him. Like a beam of light, he shot into the region covered by the metal chains. The large black dog instantly ground to a halt. He couldn't advance any further. Otherwise, if he entered the region of the metal chains, it would be his turn to be brutally pummeled. Runhai was extremely disheveled as he came to a stop. He had lost an arm and there were also 2 deep wounds on his abdomen. Celestial King blood flowed without pause. However, as long as he didn't die, these were but minor wounds that could be healed. His expression was baleful as he glared at the large black dog Ling Han and the Empress. After I ingest the United Origin Manifestation Fruit and take that critical step, it'll be time for your deaths. Pay. Grandpa Dog has finished playing with you. Goodbye. The large black dog purposefully turned around and shook his bottom, with his iron underwear reflecting a blinding light. Runhai almost spat another mouthful of blood in rage. He regrew his arm and healed the wounds on his abdomen, and it was as if he had never been wounded at all. However, only he was aware of how serious his internal injuries truly were. However, this didn't matter. In this region he was the invincible king. You people can't escape, he said coldly. The path has been sealed, so without a sufficient amount of Supreme Monarch Star blood, how can you open the gates? You're all sheep for slaughter. He didn't care anymore. Once he suppressed the Imperial Void Celestial King and extracted his blood essence, the United Origin Manifestation Fruit would mature. He would then ingest this fruit and ascend to the Heavenly Venerable tier. At that time he would become invincible. The Imperial Void Celestial King couldn't resist for long. He was indeed powerful, yet he still wasn't powerful enough to advance while being attacked by tens of thousands of metal chains at the same cultivation level. In the end he was still suppressed with his body wrapped in metal chains. One of the chains had more so pierced into his chest, and started to extract his blood essence. The Imperial Void Celestial King bellowed in fury. In the celestial realm, he had almost been an invincible being. After arriving at the Flaming Frost realm, however, not only did he have to bow his head and act with caution all the time, but he was even having his blood essence extracted now. Death seemed to be nigh. How could he accept this fate? Meanwhile, Xiao Yingxiong, Ji Wuming and the others were also moaning in pain. Their blood essence was also being drained, which caused them to become extremely feeble. Runhai roared with wanton laughter. Even though he had experienced a small hiccup, everything was still going to work out in the end. Everything was in his grasp. Ling Han furrowed his brows. Perhaps he needed to retrieve his dimension scroll and summon heavenly tribulation. However, if he did that, he would also be caught up. He involuntarily recalled his question to Wally. At that time, Wally had replied with a question of his own. If the enemy had captured his lover and used her to threaten him, how would he react? Even though the Empress hadn't been captured by Runhai at this moment, the situation was not so different. Ling Han immediately strengthened his resolve. For his lover, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Sigh. At this moment, a long sigh suddenly traveled through the air. This was Yifeng. Did he still want to speak? Would Runhai listen to him? Unworthy descendant, do you really think everything is under your control? Chapter 2554, Astonishing Revelation. Runhai was initially astonished. However, he immediately sneered in reply. This was only natural. He was in possession of the formation core, so the conclusion was already foregone. Ancient ancestor, abandon your futile struggle. All right, it's time for me to use your divine sense as a core to condense the fruit of cultivation, he said in a calm voice. The metal tree had already absorbed enough blood essence. It was time to complete the final step. The United Origin Manifestation Fruit wasn't a naturally occurring fruit. Instead, it was an artificial one. Thus, rather than calling it a celestial fruit, it was probably more accurate to refer to it as the product of a unique alchemical technique. After plucking the divine sense of a pseudo-heavenly venerate and nurturing it for countless years, one could ultimately refine this paramount pill. Of course, everything that Runhai had said before was a lie. Only a single United Origin Manifestation Fruit could be produced, and only those at the peak stage of the ninth heaven could consume it, allowing them to ascend to the Heavenly Venerable tier. He retrieved the white stone and attempted to extract Celestial King Yifeng's divine sense from within it. However, as he channeled the stone, his expression suddenly changed. It wasn't responding. Impossible. He had clearly gained control of the formation core, and Yifeng was nothing but a damaged divine sense. That being the case, why was it not responding? Sigh. Yifeng heaved a long sigh again. You indeed misunderstood me. This was originally a huge opportunity that I left for the descendants of the He clan, and it could have helped you take that final and most critical step. You could have ascended to the heavenly venerable tier. However, it's a shame that you were blinded by greed, and it's a shame that you never trust others. In the end, your genius has led to your own demise. Runhai wore a twisted expression, shouting, So what? Right now, I'm in control of everything. Since you care about your descendants so much, obediently offer me your divine sense to become the core of the fruit of cultivation. How can the United Origin Manifestation fruit require my divine sense to mature? You're wrong, you've been wrong from the beginning, Yifeng replied with a chuckle. Bullsh*T. Utter bullsh*T. Runhai chided. He channeled the white stone with all his might, attempting to extract Yifeng's divine sense from the core of the formation so that he could complete the final and most critical step. 1. A beam of light appeared in the center of the formation. In the next moment, a figure appeared, formed from countless rays of light. It was difficult to see his appearance, and in fact it was difficult to even make out his figure. He appeared extremely blurry and elusive. How in the world did you manage to break free? Runhai asked in utter shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. This was because this figure was none other than his ancient ancestor, Yifeng. Their bloodline relationship allowed him to immediately determine that this was Yifeng, his ancient ancestor. However, it was exactly because of this that he was transfixed with shock. How was it possible for Yifeng to appear? He was nothing but a damaged soul that had been hiding inside the formation. It was only because of this that he had managed to avoid retribution from heaven and earth. Now, however, he had actually broken free. This was simply impossible. Otherwise, why had he schemed here for several epochs? Was it not to wait for the United Origin Manifestation fruit to mature? Who told you that I was trapped here? Yifeng asked in a calm voice. However, there was a domineering edge to his voice. If you hadn't been trapped here, then why had you stayed here? For fun. Yifeng waved his hand, causing the metal tree to clink and clank. Pa pa pa. The Imperial Void Celestial King and the others were all tossed down. They could barely stand, and they were all as white as a sheet. They had lost a huge amount of blood essence, which caused their vitality to be extremely deficient. However, they hadn't died. Everything would be fine as long as they hadn't died. Runhai couldn't help but roar, You've gone mad. They're all nutrients. You've schemed for so long, and was it not in order to extract their blood essence to nurture the United Origin Manifestation fruit? Was it not to revive yourself? I already told you just then. I actually prepared this United Origin Manifestation fruit for my descendants. However, your actions have bitterly disappointed me, so why should I leave it for you? Yifeng replied calmly. Runhai refused to believe this. How could such a good person exist in this world? Someone who would abandon their chance at revival to help his descendants. Ling Han interjected, saying, Senior, perhaps you successfully reached the heavenly venerable tier. Perhaps he had succeeded, but he might have also suffered severe wounds in the process. Thus he required countless years to heal and recuperate. During this time, he decided to prepare some schemes in order to benefit the descendants of his clan. However, it seemed like the members of the He clan were all paranoid people. It was almost certain that if he had clearly explained the situation, none of this would have happened. However, he had, for some reason, decided to test the loyalty of his descendants as well. Coincidentally, Runhai was the type of person who would do anything to benefit himself, even being ready to go as far as to sacrifice his own son. Thus, problems naturally arose. Whom could they blame? Yifeng faltered for a brief moment. He then chuckled and said, Young one, you're pretty smart, aren't you? However, it's a shame that you're not my descendant. Shame, what a shame. How is this possible? Runhai yelped. Since you succeeded in ascending to the heavenly venerable tier, why did you still bury yourself here? You're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. Yifeng's body slowly solidified, with his facial features becoming increasingly clear. It was now possible to make out his appearance. He looked to be around 20 years old, handsome but filled with an indescribable and overwhelming aura. Heavenly Venerate, the large black dog exclaimed. He had followed the karmic life Heavenly Venerable for countless years, so he was naturally familiar with the aura of Heavenly Venerates. This was a genuine Heavenly Venerate. Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back saying, "I've indeed succeeded already. I've genuinely become a Heavenly Venerate. However, I'm also aware of my own limitations. To become a Heavenly Venerate is to ascend to a transcendent dimension. This is a relationship wherein my regulations further approach the fundamental power. However, if I want to advance further and interact with the fundamental power of the Genesis world, this is simply impossible." Becoming a first-tier Heavenly Venerate entailed being able to master the unique power of a dimension. This wasn't genuine transcendence. Indeed, if a first-tier Heavenly Venerate went to a foreign dimension, they would need to master the unique power of that dimension in order to possess the power of a Heavenly Venerate again. Only after advancing to the second tier could a Heavenly Venerate truly grasp one of the 6 fundamental powers of the Genesis world. Only then could they peer down at the world and travel to any dimension that they wished. So, I thought to myself, since hysteria can engulf the heavens and swallow the earth, even surpassing the limits of the 7th-tier Heavenly Venerate, why can't I? Yifeng continued nonchalantly. His voice was calm, yet the meaning of his words caused everyone's heart to shudder. That's right. I destroyed my physical body on purpose. During these countless years I was fusing together with this. A tail appeared behind him. Heaving a tail was no strange matter. After all, there were many demi-humans in the world, some with horns, some with tails, and some with other non-human parts. However, Yifeng's tail was shrouded in black light, and exuding an indescribable might. Ling Han was truly stunned at this moment. In fact, white-hot fury washed across his face. It's Hysteria's tentacle. He had seen this in the celestial realm before. When Zhou Heng had traversed the dimensions to visit the celestial realm, Hysteria had tailed behind him, almost killing the Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate in a single blow. What Ling Han and the others had seen was none other than a squid-like tentacle. This image had been seared into Ling Han's mind. At this moment, Yifeng's tail was none other than Hysteria's tentacle. Yifeng faltered upon hearing this, and he involuntarily said, "As a measly third heaven celestial king, you've actually seen Hysteria?" One had to realize that even those at the peak stage of the 9th heaven were only cannon fodder in the realm battlefield. They could die at any moment. Thus, it was preposterous to think that Ling Han had actually seen Hysteria. Ling Han nodded in reply, saying, "Yes." Yifeng chuckled in reply. "So be it. I'm willing to tell you about this, and I never planned to keep it a secret in the first place. Indeed, I fused together with a tentacle of Hysteria. I've spent all of these years fusing together with it, and soon I'll go to a low-level dimension to massacre all of their elites. I'll then engulf the entire dimension. I'm confident that I can become a second Hysteria in the future." He had truly gone mad. Chapter 2555, Resolution. Ling Han could barely believe his ears. There was actually someone who was willing to become a Hysteria-like existence? What was so attractive about this? What would it matter even if he conquered a dimension for himself? With only himself left, what would it matter even if he was the strongest in history? There would be no one before him and no one behind him. Who could endure such loneliness? Yet Yifeng was actively trying to achieve this? If this wasn't madness, then what was? As if reading Ling Han's thoughts, Yifeng smiled faintly and said, "I certainly haven't gone mad. This is merely because you don't understand Hysteria's true power. It's impossible to destroy Hysteria. Only by becoming a dimension can one hope to rival Hysteria." "Then should I praise you, Senior? Should I praise your grand sacrifice to rival Hysteria?" Ling Han asked. He knew that this might enrage Yifeng, but he still said it anyway. Otherwise he would feel far too set off. When facing a Heavenly Venerate, even Ling Han's trump card had lost its use. The Dimension Scroll could summon heavenly tribulation, yet this naturally couldn't frighten a Heavenly Venerate. Yifeng smiled indifferently. "I'm not so noble. However, when I become powerful enough, I'll definitely rise from the low-level dimensions, eventually coming across Hysteria. I'm a human after all, so I simply dream of becoming the strongest. However, I have no intentions of engulfing the entire Genesis world. Thus, I'm your greatest hope." His words rang with reason. This was because the Genesis world was ordered from the weakest to the most powerful. If a dimension became more powerful than the one in front of it, it would naturally rise up. Thus, when Yifeng became powerful enough, he would eventually surpass the Flaming Frost realm and encounter Hysteria. However, Ling Han wasn't so optimistic. Why had Hysteria caused such a huge commotion? This was because it was unfathomably powerful to begin with. Through engulfing all matter, it had already reached the 6th tier or perhaps even the 7th tier. It had then engulfed its own dimension, replacing it with itself. However, Yifeng wasn't so powerful. In fact, even he himself had admitted that he couldn't possibly become a 2nd-tier heavenly venerate. Thus, even if he went to the lowest level dimension in the celestial realm, would he have the right to engulf it? Utterly impossible. Regardless of how weak a dimension was, it would still possess fundamental power. It was simply a matter of how much fundamental power it possessed. Thus, no matter what, a dimension could at least be considered as a 2nd-tier heavenly venerate, no? That being the case, could a 1st-tier heavenly venerate engulf an entire dimension? Ling Han was skeptical. Otherwise, the 3 heavenly venerates in the celestial realm would have acted long ago. After obliterating the celestial realm, they could then interact with the fundamental power in the core of the dimension. Using this, could they not achieve their dream of advancing to the 2nd tier? However, the Green Flame's heavenly venerate and the others had failed. Thus, why would Yifeng be any exception? Ling Han naturally wouldn't reveal this. After all, Yifeng had already fixed his mind on this. If he suddenly realized that he had wasted several epochs on a futile plan, who knew what he would do in a fit of frustration and anger? Old ancestor, please forgive me this one time. Runhai suddenly fell to his knees and begged. This was firstly to save his skin, and secondly for the United Origin manifestation fruit. At this moment he finally believed Yifeng's words. His ancestor had indeed been looking out for his descendants. Yifeng wore a baleful expression as he looked at Runhai. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. Why had he purposefully concealed the truth? Was it not to examine his descendants? Now, it was clear that Runhai was a paranoid and distrustful person. This kind of person would definitely seek revenge for any perceived offense. Unworthy descendant, what's the point of letting you live? Yifeng said with a harumph. He resolutely lashed out, swinging his palm at Runhai. Runhai didn't dare to face this palm at all. He hurriedly turned around to flee. However, how could a measly celestial king escape from the attack of a heavenly venerate? Runhai was comprehensively obliterated by the strike. Like a mere fly, he appeared oh so insignificant and weak. Blood rain instantly fell from the sky, signifying the grief of heaven and earth. Crack! An arc of lightning descended, crashing toward Yifeng. The Flaming Frost realm was an extremely high-level dimension, so even 7th-tier heavenly venerates wouldn't be targeted by heaven and earth. However, this was about it. Yifeng had launched an attack just then and he had more so killed a celestial king. Celestial kings represented the regulations, so in some sense, they were also the messengers of heaven and earth. Thus, this naturally triggered the fury of heaven and earth, causing it to attack him. Yifeng casually made a grabbing motion with his hand. The arc of lightning was instantly shattered. As long as its power was limited to the level of regulations, it would be completely unable to threaten heavenly venerates. Runhai had acted with smugness and haughtiness for half a day, yet he had now died just like that. However, no one dared to relax. Yifeng was merciless enough to kill his own descendant, and he had also revealed his biggest secret to them. Thus, would he allow them to leave? No need to be so tense. If I had wanted to kill you all, I would have acted long ago, Yifeng said with a smile. He swept his gaze across their faces, continuing, I initially planned to collect your blood essence to nurture the United Origin manifestation fruit so that I could help my descendant. However, who told my descendant to be so unworthy? He felt slightly disheartened. However, he immediately smiled and said, I'm not one to ignore the bigger picture. Even though this United Origin manifestation fruit hasn't reached its pinnacle state yet, it still surpassed all other celestial king tier great herbs. Moreover, there's no requirement for one to be at the peak stage of the 9th heaven to ingest it. Here, a gift for you all. He raised a hand and placed it on the metal tree, causing it to produce flowers and fruit at an astonishing speed. This was extremely strange. This was a tree formed from metal chains, yet it was actually blooming real flowers and producing a real fruit. This fruit was only as large as a human head. It was purple-black in appearance, and there was also a clear unevenness about its surface. Yifeng waved his hand, and the fruit automatically split apart, flying toward Ling Han, the Empress, Xiao Yingxiong, and the others. Each person received a piece. However, the large black dog and the Imperial Void Celestial King didn't receive anything. You're both at the peak stage of the 9th heaven, and you both possess the talent to ascend to the heavenly venerable tier. Thus, this incomplete united origin manifestation fruit is completely useless to you, he explained. The large black dog smacked his lips in displeasure. It didn't matter that this fruit was ineffective. He wouldn't mind tasting one just for the sake of it. Meanwhile, everyone else was astonished. Yifeng was actually so generous? In fact, he was so generous that they didn't dare to believe it. Yifeng waved a hand before leaping up. Whoosh! He directly tore open the void, instantly vanishing without a trace. Wong. The surrounding space shuddered, and a black figure suddenly materialized. Everyone was astonished again. Even 9th Heaven Celestial Kings were unable to directly tear open space to leave this place, yet 2 people had now done it, one after another. This was another heavenly venerate. Fuck. Was there an abundance of heavenly venerates now? Pooh. However, upon seeing the dark figure clearly, they almost burst into laughter. This was because a donkey stood before them with its hair pitch black and smooth. This was a heavenly venerable tier donkey? Brats, you're not going to return? The black donkey said. Its voice was filled with a paramount might. As senior, Ling Han and the others said. However, they all felt extremely strange saying this. As they looked at the black donkey, they couldn't help but glance at the large black dog. They had a nagging misconception that the 2 of them were similar in disposition. Dare I ask, Senior, did Yifeng only act as such because he noticed your existence? Ling Han asked. Otherwise, he refused to believe that Yifeng was such a generous and forgiving person. The black donkey chuckled and replied, Of course. Otherwise, why else do you think he left the fruit to you brats? He did this on purpose to express goodwill to me. Otherwise, if I occupied him and waited for other heavenly venerates to arrive, could he have escaped? Everyone came to a realization upon hearing this. Sure enough, Yifeng wasn't a genuinely generous and magnanimous person. Instead, he had only been thinking about himself. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.